to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folktales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikan, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jelma head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jelma, the village where it was discovered, The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous, to the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary. Even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum. Anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that it presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways. From sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories, the Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that to be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scales through the legislative processes and it actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low income earner. So some certain products, they're going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, they need to bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that there are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted, so which means that these products, they are products that commonly they are everybody really, but more of a masses low income earner will not with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rate across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some product that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanog. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office, except there is a challenge. Right? So, they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So, what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So, they just need to improve. Well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. Is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million? Threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold. Then you also come back to the tax to be paying. So it is a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they will be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman.
SOUQ.
SOUQ.
Yes. business.
How would you assess its performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. SOUQ is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading, look at the target, the businesses also, are they failing? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%. Driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year on year and quarter on quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Omivi Idolor. The Federal Executive Council, FEC, has endorsed the 2026-2028 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, MTEF, for submission to the National Assembly, outlining Nigeria's fiscal strategy, core economic benchmarks, and projected revenue over the next 3 years. The framework set a crude oil production target of 2.06 million barrels per day for 2026 with a conservative benchmark of 1.8 million barrels per day for worst-case planning and a crude oil price assumption of $64 per barrel. The naira is projected at an exchange rate of 1,512 naira to a dollar, while total federal revenue for 2026 is estimated at 34.33 trillion naira. The policy paper details planned expenditures, including statutory transfers of 3 trillion naira, debt service of 10.91 trillion naira, and non-recurrent expenditure of 15.27 trillion naira, resulting in a projected deficit of 20.1 trillion naira, equivalent to 3.61% of GDP. Finance and budget authorities emphasized that the assumptions were drawn from thorough macroeconomic and fiscal analysis, considering 2026 as a pre-election year. President Bola Tinubu also called for increased oversight to curb revenue leakages in oil, gas, and critical mineral sectors, while urging strategic investments in national infrastructure and initiatives to boost domestic production. The federal government has projected revenue of 50.7 trillion naira for 2026 with growth target of 4.68%. But the proposed deficit of 20.10 trillion naira has raised serious concerns among economists. The deficit is larger than the entire 2022 national budget of 17.32 trillion naira and means the government plans to borrow more than 1/3 of its spending. Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, said the projections are based on a $64.85 oil price benchmark, an exchange rate of 1,512 naira to a dollar, and dual crude production targets of 2.06 mbpd and 1.8 mbpd to create a safety buffer. Experts warn that the rising deficit and a debt service burden of 15.91 trillion naira could threaten recent macroeconomic stability and worsen inflation exchange rate pressures in 2026. They noted that late budget cycles, escalating borrowing, and weak fiscal discipline are already undermining confidence, and caution that without tighter spending control and better planning, households and businesses may face even harsher economic conditions next year. The Central Bank of Nigeria has removed all cash deposit limits for bank customers while retaining strict weekly withdrawal ceiling under a revised cash management framework that takes effect on January 1, 2026. The Apex Bank announced the policy shift in a circular signed by the Director of the Finance Policy and Regulation Department, Dr. Rita Siki, stating that the changes were introduced to reflect current realities. With this move, customers will no longer pay fees for depositing cash above a set threshold, and the rules first introduced in 2019 to control cash circulation and strengthen revenue collection. While deposit limits have been abolished, withdrawal restrictions remain. Individuals are still limited to weekly withdrawals of 500,000 naira, while corporates remains capped at 5 million naira across all channels. Withdrawals above these limits will attract fees of 3% for individuals and 5% for corporates, with charges shared between the Central Bank of Nigeria and financial institutions. The circular also ended special approval windows for high withdrawals and maintained existing limits on automated teller machine, point of sale, and check-related transactions, while requiring banks to file monthly reports on all cash-related activities. The Nigerian Exchange Limited has introduced commercial paper listing following approval from the Securities and Exchange Commission. The new market window aims to deepen Nigeria's short-term debt market, complementing Nigeria Exchange existing platform that spans equities, fixed income, exchange-traded funds, derivatives, and short-term debt instruments. Temi Mokbola, Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria Exchange Group, described the move as a strategic step toward positioning Nigeria Exchange as a comprehensive capital market infrastructure that supports sustainable growth and accelerates capital formation across Africa. Commercial papers are short-term unsecured debt instruments issued by corporates to meet working capital needs and other short-term obligations, typically maturing within 270 days. Issued at a discount and redeemed at face value upon maturity, they offer businesses a cost-effective alternative to bank loans and provide investors with attractive short-term investment opportunities. Nigeria Exchange executives emphasized transparency, robust oversight, and market engagement as central priorities to ensure stronger disclosure standards, safeguard investor confidence, and enhance liquidity and participation in Nigeria's debt capital market. Both conventional and non-interest commercial papers can now be listed and traded directly on the Nigeria Exchange platform. The United States has announced visa sanctions targeting Nigerians involved in religious freedom violations. The policy unveiled by U.S. Secretary Marco Rubio authorizes the State Department to deny entry to individuals who knowingly direct, authorize, fund, support, or carry out violations of religious freedom. Rubio described the move as a decisive action in response to ongoing atrocities against Christians and other religious groups. These sanctions specifically target Nigeria and other countries where government officials or private actors are implicated in persecuting people for their faith. The announcement places Nigeria under renewed international scrutiny amid reports of attacks on Christian communities, sex-driven violence, and weak accountability mechanisms. The U.S. move serves as both a warning and pressure on political leaders, security officials, and non-state actors accused of enabling such abuses, reinforcing Washington's commitment to defend the vulnerable religious groups worldwide. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omevi Idolo. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay with us.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
For years, uncomplimentary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicate a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon, once said that libraries store the energy that funds imagination. He added that libraries open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. For many years, many young Nigerians have failed to improve the quality of their lives by expanding their knowledge or nurturing their latent reading skills, hence leave most parts of their lives in doubt, contrary to the advice by British novelist and screenwriter J.K. Rowling, who said, "When in doubt, go to the library." Public libraries play a crucial role in a country's educational system by providing free access to a wealth of information and resources through offering a diverse range of books, journals, and digital resources that are essential for learning and research. They serve as a repository of knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of socio-economic status, in addition to supporting lifelong learning by providing resources for all age groups. Their role in promoting literacy by offering reading programs, story hours, and access to books for young readers is very crucial for early childhood education and developing a reading culture. It is in light of this that the declining state of public libraries and poor management of the existing one, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, are posing concern to critical shareholders. These concerns are there because of the overreaching effect on the standard of education in the two states, Oyo and Lagos. Most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan share similar attributes. They range from old buildings with leaking roofs, obsolete books, empty shelves, disused tables and chairs, uncomfortable ambience, and overgrown shrubs. Also, while the world is migrating electrically and libraries digitalized to bring them up to speed and make them fit for purpose in contemporary times, most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan are without electricity and manually driven. With fond memories of borrowing books to read in Lagos and returning them to the library in the full care of the other students after digesting their contents, Mrs. Felicia Adeniyi is pained that many years after, school children are longer enjoying such opportunities because of what public libraries have become. For starters, most of the libraries in Lagos State belonging to the state government are in a ruinous state. In its wisdom, the Lagos State government some years ago has turned the age-long library on Broad Street into a drug laboratory or whatever. This reporter used to use the library in the 60s, 70s and 80s before the politicians decided to change their minds. In Oyo State, the surrounding of the Oyo State Library Board at Dugbe in Ibadan betrays what a reading environment should look like. Inside the facility is equally disheartening. Additionally, makeshift shanties cluster the precincts of the library, making it difficult for visitors to recognize his presence. Random samplings carried out among students revealed a worrying situation. While many of them hardly know where the public libraries are located, some don't even know that public libraries exist. This perhaps explains why the standard of education in the state is on the decline. The reference section, located on the first floor, is lightly deserted, with only one patron present apart from the staff. The shelves are filled with old dusty books, revealing lack of maintenance and updates. Public libraries in Ogun State are also a worrisome sight. Users no longer patronize the state library. One of the major factors causing this is because the libraries are not digitalized and facilities are in a poor state. When the director of the Lagos State Library Service, Oyadipe Ashimiyu Amao, asserted that the state libraries had been standardized and are offering quality services, one can't help but wonder the cause of the growing apathy among residents so far as the use of public libraries is concerned. But the answer is not far-fetched, as some of the existing 13 libraries that exist in Lagos State have not been developed to the expected standard. Amao had recently, at a function organized by the State Library Service held for secondary students, claimed that the state libraries offered a conducive environment for libraries. But when SOUQ News visited the Ikeja's Secretariat Library, the National Libraries on Abamakoli Way, Butemeta, the conditions of these libraries were against the assertions made by Amao. It is completely against what the gentleman had told the public. While the National Library opens at 8:30 a.m., library users they insist that the discomfort they experience there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olauye.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes these women more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what, I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in business administration and management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the board of trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
A very good morning to you and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. As you already know, it's your authoritative window into the forces shaping Nigeria's business, economy, development, environment, economic direction, and development priorities. In today's program, we examine crucial developments from fiscal policy decision and security financing to industry regulation, trade bottlenecks, and international diplomatic pressures, all of which carry far-reaching consequences for business competitiveness and national development. Good morning to you once again and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. I have two gentlemen with me here on the table. By my right is Barrister Toby. Good morning.
Good morning, Priya. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Olorun Toby, and welcome to SBL this morning.
He doesn't like me referring to him as barrister, but I want to put it out there. Good morning, Emmanuel Amolo.
Hi, good morning, Priya. Good morning, Nigeria. And of course, good morning to Barrister, who has already said this morning is going to be hot as spitfire. So we're game to have a very, very robust conversation. If he doesn't want Barrister, put Esquire at the end. We will take the title that way.
Okay, now let me give you the story profiling that we will be looking at this morning. The federal government expects to earn 50.74 trillion naira in 2026, and that's this budget, and hopes to grow the economy at least 4.68%. But the budget deficit is projected to be bigger than the entire budget of 2022. This means that Nigeria will need to borrow even more, adding pressure on already strained finances. Secondly, the National Economic Council has approved 100 billion naira to rehabilitate police and security training facilities across the country, pending presidential approval. The goal is to improve security capacity through better infrastructure and training. And then we'll move to the Senate Committee on Local Content is warning international oil companies to stop violating Nigerian local content laws. They want strict enforcement in oil and gas operations. Then we'll move on to our fourth story that we'll be talking about. The CBN has revoked special approvals that allow individuals and firms to withdraw 5 million naira and 10 million naira monthly from January 2026. Those waivers will come to an end. Still, the CBN wants tighter cash controls and more digital payments. Then we'll now move to our fifth story. Lagos is in the news again. The Lagos Shippers Association says that Nigeria ports are becoming anti-business, mark that word, due to illegal checkpoints, excessive levies, container stoppages, and bureaucratic bottlenecks. They warn that active shippers are declining. And finally, we'll now move to the United States. Pause. Nigeria is in it. I said pause. Nigeria is in again when it comes to immigration. And the United States government is imposing visa restriction on individuals involved in religious persecution in Nigeria and other countries. This can have diplomatic and economic consequences if key figures are affected. These are the stories we intend to look at this morning. But before we jump into the business of the day, give us a moment. We're back. Stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Ministers said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Buggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Ministers said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Now, let's jump into the topic of conversation. Our first story, the federal government has projected total revenue of 50.74 trillion naira for 2026 budget and set an ambitious economic growth target of 4.68%. However, its proposed budget deficit has raised concern, exceeding the entire 2022 national budget by 2.78 trillion naira, according to reports. This sharp rise in the deficit implies the government may borrow about 16.1% more than total spending of 2022. This debt service already consuming significant portion of the national revenue. Analysts warn that the 2026 fiscal outlook could be increasingly fragile and unsustainable. Experts have urged the government to tighten expenditure controls, improve fiscal discipline, and reinstate a consistent budget cycle. They caution that rising deficit and mounting debt could undermine recent economic gains, disrupt investor confidence, and put additional pressure on households and businesses already grappling with inflation and currency volatility. Without reforms, Nigeria risks deeper fiscal distress in 2026. Toby, I think for every government, reform is a norm. this government is seen as, one thing I've realized from this government is that it's quite ambitious, either with its economic reform plans, its tax reform plans, when we are going to start, the way the Nigerian oil and gas sector industry is being reformed, and how 2026 holds a lot more for our country. If you look at the revenue that's projected for 2026, that's almost the entire budget for 2025. What's your perspective on this?
All right, so we're looking at deficits, we're looking at borrowing, we're looking at projects, we're looking at 2026, we're looking at policies. If there's anything that you'd give to this government, you would realize that they have been trying to see how the coming year would have a lot of awareness to the people, have a lot of good intentions for the people. That's where you see the tax policy that was reinvented for real estate, for investors and the rest. Now, if we're talking about the budget, there's always the constitutional empowerment that gives you this, that gives the executive arm of government the power to say, oh, we want to borrow, we want to do this, we want to do the budget and all of that. You look at Section 80, Section 84 of the Nigerian Constitution. Now, deficits. That goes as far as to the Fiscal Responsibility Act, FRA. Now, the FRA only looks at the check and balance on how you spend these monies, how you go about, tying these monies to capital investment, or project and the rest. Now, Nigeria's problem is never really about the budget. Because in all honesty, you need this money to do certain things. It goes back to the responsibility, the transparency with regards to these monies, how these monies are spent. And you look at FRA, according to Section 41 and 44. Now, 41 says that government borrowing to be tied strictly to capital expenditure and human development. Any borrowing that fails this test may attract legislative scrutiny and potential judicial review. How many of these judicial reviews have you seen? We just put out the budget, it flies, money goes, and the next year we're back again with another budget.
Okay.
How many have you seen? How many scrutiny have you seen?
Okay. Now, you're looking at the budget from, when we pay such money, we need to use that money for the purpose for which we're looking at. But on the other side, the ministries, departments, and agencies will cry that, look, we're not asking them. For this specific Ministry of Works, maybe the entire budget for that ministry is 2 trillion. How much did the government release to them for the entire year for that budget? Did he give them 100%? Or were they able to just get 35% of that 2
That's
trillion?
exactly what I'm saying. See, this, according to the FRA, it does not say whether the local government, it does not differentiate. It says government, judicial review, scrutiny. Now, if you bring out the budget of, or let's say 100 million, let's say 1 billion or 1 trillion, and you're not giving 100% to the allocated ministry, then you're subject to judicial review. Do you get it?
I understand what you're saying, but just a moment. Amolo, your perspective.
I'm happy first off that we Nigerians are no longer having arguments about this budget is so amount of money, because the first thing that would have caught everybody's eye is the amount.
Yeah.
We're not in trillions now. Most of all the time we're doing billion. Now we're in trillion, and not just tens of billions now, because they're talking 50 trillion as money that they hope to get. But the thing is, with budget, it's like a wish. You don't have the money, right? You are hoping you would have this money, and it will help you execute the plans that you have. When you know the money that you have is not enough, what you use to back it up is you go borrow, or be taxed. 2 other ways to raise money somehow, usually by taxing or by borrowing. When you see the peculiarity of Nigeria as it is, we don't even have enough money. So essentially we borrow. And that is what this budget has shown. That large chunk of the money that you need to execute your projects will definitely come from borrowing. But because we have a history of borrowing so much, and it does not translate to the infrastructure development that the country needs to put us at par at where we project to be, people get skeptical. The question now is, in the last couple of years when this administration has been, have they defaulted? That's what we will check. Have they defaulted in the monies that they borrow in terms of infrastructure development? It is arguable, right? But then again, we want a better 2026. This administration is just 2 years in, just over 2 years in. And we're seeing that they have plans. Are we patient enough to see out those plans? Because the truth is, borrowing essentially is not even the problem. Toby rightly said it. It's not the borrowing that is the problem. In fact, the best economies that you can think in the world, those ones at the top there, are the biggest owers of, they are the ones that owe the much money. We are still at the lower rung, but we need more money. If you borrow too much, right, and you don't put fiscal checks in it, you might run into problems in the household, and then inflation begins to check in. Where we should bother ourselves now is not as regards borrow. Borrow as much as you need. We want to now begin to check what you are using these monies for. When you mentioned the judicial review, we already know there's a legislative review because obviously before the executive passed a budget, it has gone through that review. Now, judiciary part, when they come in, the legislature would have already checked it before the executive will now sign it. Now, but judiciary part comes after the execution should have happened. We don't get to see that enough, right? Because essentially they might even see somebody who has done one malfeasance or misadministration. It will take perhaps the entire administration's years before somebody's case might be executed. But where we will take solace is before a budget is passed, the MDAs, the local government, everybody has sent their own proposal. This is what we need. And then it is collated as one whole, then presented to the legislature. Sometimes the legislature then inflates it. They increase and add some other things that they feel that you guys had missed out. So what we should hope for now is let us give them the time that this thing that they have said they were going to use this money for, once the money comes, let them use it for it. So our eyes will be on the projects that they had said they will use these monies for. I think at that point, I would rather play it safe.
Okay, let's look at budget assessment. And that boils down to what I asked earlier. Because sometimes we say the ministries, department, and agencies are asking for too much money. But at the end of the day, would you not ask, okay, finally, how much did the government give you if your total budget for the year was 2 trillion? Because if you give them just 35% of the 100% they're expecting, budget performance will be null. It will be completely null. So that in itself is a very, very huge thing to deal with. And but the government will also tell you that, look, hey, we projected about $75 for the barrel in 2025 budget to sell. Currently, when you look at how much the barrel of oil is selling in the international market, it's quite less than that. So you see that our revenue anticipation or forecast is continue to shrink and our deficit continue to bloat. Apart from that, now let's look at the economic agenda or the economic policy of the current administration and assess it with regards to the budget. Also, the 2026 tax reform bill will become active next year. Do you see us attaining that revenue threshold?
Yes, actually, because you have to give it to the governing body. They've done their own homework. They know what they're looking forward to. There's a goal. There's a KPI as well that you give to them. You understand what I'm saying? So they've looked at it. They know what's going to. That's why, if you look at, for example, the tax policy, you would see some of they removed some of like the VAT exemption and all of that for certain households and certain investments and all of that.
Pharmaceuticals, food.
Not because that came into play, not because the government doesn't need money. They need the money, but they did some other things. I mean, look at the capital gains tax. We saw how there was an increase and all of that. So they know what they are doing, and I give it to them. Now it's all about implementation and transparency. You would not go far if you're not transparent enough. Just as rightly mentioned earlier, 100% budget, you're getting 35%. Of course, you underperform. But again, don't let's also forget that we are from the outside.
Sometimes some ministries get 100%.
Sometimes they actually inflate it. They inflate how much they need for the project. Why? Because they understand that when it gets up there, they might not get the 100%. So let's inflate it. So that whatever comes to us, at least is better. It's business.
I need to quickly reel out some data and using a comparison from what we had in 2025 budget, let's use that as a projection for 2026. Now, Nigeria's approved budget for 2025, 54.9 trillion, is broken down into statutory transfers, 3.6 trillion, debt servicing, 14.3 trillion. That's for debt servicing. Recurrent expenditure, 13.6 trillion. Capital expenditure, 23.9 trillion. And I don't want to look at Lagos, but that's for the central budget. But we see our budget deficit around 13.6 trillion, and our debt servicing is now 14 trillion. The capital expenditure was good and very, very ambitious, 23.9 trillion. For 2025, for 2026, we will be having more than this because we've done a lot of borrowing in this 2025.
Yes. So that's the only point of worry because, we are doing about 50 trillion for the revenue we're expecting, whereas in the budget, 14%, 14 trillion of that amount is going to service debt. That's a large chunk. It's almost maybe over a quarter of that amount is going to service your debt. That's the worry. You understand? So you have, but then again, we have to now borrow more to cover that lapse that is there.
And also the deficit.
Yes, but I think it is ambitious. The truth is, they had projected at 2026, enough money will come in from the tax that they did not get in before.
Yeah.
So they don't have to borrow so much. Now, that taxes, people still don't know. I think we still had somebody here on the show from a tax company who came to break it down for us, and he was saying, look, people as at today, this is December, a couple of days to 2026, and people still don't understand this new tax that is coming, or this new tax system that is coming. It is not because the monies are targeted so much from the wealthy. The poor will still get to pay or mistakenly pay because they don't understand the system right now.
Yes.
Ordinarily, on paper, it's supposed to shield the lower earners. But because many of them are ignorant of what the current tax system that we're entering into is, they would end up paying more. Because when they come and say, no, levy from here, remember to say, these people are paying so much levy for this. These are indirect taxes that have not been taken care of. But essentially, this money is supposed to come. And they're supposed to add up to save us from what is going on. So it's an ambitious dream. But the question is, how do you now ensure that your people are not strangled in the bid to, okay, since people say I should not go and borrow from outside, let me borrow from inside, and I'm going to tax you people more. You're going to get interest rates that are higher. Businesses now begin to tell you, I can't take money to loan to upscale, so the economy begins to tank. We have to now begin to think for other ways. I hope, and like I said, I'm a hopeful person, and the Nigerian government, it needs to work and needs to find a way around this whole thing, because the truth is, it is not looking nice on paper. If you tell me, because if something as high as 14 trillion out of a 50 trillion revenue is going to go and service debts, imagine the ones that you will now take in front, where they will now enter. That means the debts will quietly go higher if you don't sort it out now, before the next budget cycle comes back in.
And we can't finish sorting that out before the next budget cycle. Definitely not. But there's also this argument that some of this budget, some of these borrowings that we are doing, we are taking care of capital-intensive projects that is going to give birth to revenue. Yes. And we're looking at a huge project, Lagos, Calabar,
those roads,
and including the Nigerian airports, other roads infrastructure in other parts of the country. But one thing Nigerians, before we leave this story for the next, that Nigerians are craving for us to tackle is, I know people would say we have seen some form of decline in cost of food, in the cost of agricultural produce, but still, I don't think we are producing our capacity when it comes to agriculture with what we were doing like 15 years back. So security is also a challenge for us to deal with. And you know what? The security agencies or the military need to be funded to take care of insecurity so that most of our farmers can go back to farm. So as we go to the next topic, I want to quickly say something about that.
No. You can't take away security from a nation, a serious nation that wants to grow. It's very, very important because aside from just farmers and the rest, you're talking about investors coming to the country.
Yeah.
So even let's even assume they're going to the agricultural side of things, they would not come. You understand? Security is very key. If you don't take care of your security side of things, of course, you spend more money. On so many things because now you have to.
I think what Priya was alluding to is we need to plug leakages. We need to tackle waste, even if it's in agriculture, because we are still wasting a lot of our produce. And I was glad when the MBS brought out the last figures, and then they said our non-oil sector. Because oil has been our major dependence, but non-oil sector is not growing. It still is, but it shows hope that at least the non-oil sector, like agriculture included, are now bringing in more funds for us. So if we can plug those leakages, ensure that we don't waste some of these things, we can recycle them, and the ones that we can export, we export them to get more funds coming in. It would be great for our budget cycle. But that part that we need to, it is important that we ensure that these borrowed monies, because it is inevitable that we'll borrow. It is glaring that we'll borrow. But we just have to ensure that the borrowed funds go into projects that will give us money. I know some of them are long-term, but we need to begin to see, because that coastal road that you give an example, one that we don't pay attention so much to is, remember before the NSAS thing happened, we used to have a Lekki toll gates that gave us, people had to pay for it, and the monies were used to maintain the infrastructure. Go and check that place right now. That road has been literally abandoned, and it is deplorable as it is. Check out the second toll gate, those are going towards Ajah. The second toll gate never saw the light of day, essentially, before they were never taking tolls, and then that NSAS thing happened, and then we just abandoned it. That place became very, very bad. Please let us not have that same mindset when we are dealing with the coastal road. I know they're planning to still put toll gates in these places. These monies are from some form of taxes to use these things and maintain the infrastructure. So let us have the mindset that, look, our maintenance culture needs to improve. It's still part of plugging leakages and waste. We have the resources. We just have to manage it properly.
Great. We have the resources. We just have to manage it properly. And we really hope that the 50 trillion naira that the government is expecting for revenue in 2026 will come not only from the tax and the tax reform bill that will become active next year, 2026, but if we as a nation digitize the process of collecting money. Before we go to our next story, we'll go on a break. When we return, SOUQ Business Landscape continues. Do stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literacy said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
At the African Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy. providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Now we move on to our next story. The National Economic Council, NEC, has approved 100 billion naira for the rehabilitation of training institutions belonging to the police and other security agencies across Nigeria. The decision is still subject to final ratification by President Bola Tinubu. Stanley Nkwocha, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications, Office of the Vice President, disclosed this in a statement on Wednesday. The move forms part of a broader effort to enhance national security through improved personnel capacity and infrastructure. Economists said the investment could create short-term economic benefits through construction, jobs, and local procurement, while long-term security improvements may boost investor confidence and reduce the economic costs of insecurity. Yes. That's a good way to link the way we end the former conversation with this 100 billion for training of the Nigerian police force.
Yeah, it's a good one. We've been fighting. I feel like we've been fighting for the Nigerian police for a long time. The reforms and everything, trying to see how we can get them to upskill in terms of their trainings, in terms of their how they relate with they're the closest to us.
Yes.
They're closest to us. So we need humans, not robots. We need humans, not people tweak. Yeah. So
at this point, why do you think robots?
Yeah, do you understand? And it all comes from the place of training.
Yeah.
And if you look at the Constitution, according to Section 14, sub 2, Section 14, 2 sub B, you see that he aligns with this process. And if we are going to be honest, it's every now and then we talk about reforms for the police, and then they give it 3-4 years, 2 years down the line where they complain again. It goes back to the kind of training that they get. So
I do feel like, to be honest, reforms can happen even if it's every week or every year, so long as you are trying to meet a particular need. Once upon a time, when SARS was initially created, it was targeted at fixing a problem, but I think it overran what it was meant to do and then became a problem to us. A solution that was meant for something became a problem to us. We now said, okay, you know what, change it or reform it. Now created another one, whether it was tactical, SAT, whatever. We are back again. The truth is, like I said, reforms or training is consistent and it's supposed to meet a particular need. Right now, what kind of problems do we have in our security sphere that needs to be fixed. Then you reform towards that. If you ask me, that money is not enough. 100 billion, like, it's not the amount. It's what the money does. You can use half of that money to fix the problem if you have the political will or desire to actually fix the problem. You're saying you're using this money for procurement of this and that, and then at this particular time, what is the challenge, security challenge that we have? Perhaps it is not money that is going to fix it. If you check, maybe it's a reorientation. You need to change their mindset, and it doesn't really need money. Maybe you just take all of them to a psychiatric ward and then talk to them, give them proper trainings. Maybe what will cost you is the person that will train them, but they need physical trainings. We don't want to be seeing police officers that are looking like we don't take care of them. Give them maybe correct gyms. When they will look well in their clothes, you admire, you want to join, not the ones that will look like they've eaten all their monies in one sitting and then their tummies are looking worse than my own. But anyway, the point is, our trainings should not be always tied to money. You understand? Everybody's looking at money, oh yeah, the reforms start to come. No. Sometimes it's just a mindset change. I remember Dr. always hammered on that thing. Our police is not the problem per se. That the police structure itself, the personnel is the problem. Sometimes when you see some of them act, you begin to wonder, this person go through the training of a police. They're supposed to protect people. And then people are seeing you as more of a foe than a friend. Then you need to change how you relate to people, how you think. It's not money problem.
But I think, so just to chip in, but I think that's exactly what the entire training budget is all about. You look at the training facilities, the people that train them. I'm sorry, but I don't see the reason why. I mean, aside from being fit as a police officer, I don't see the reason why you give police officers some trainings that kind of reshapes their mind to being hard and being tough to the people. And that's why you see them on the road, they shout at you in the first instance. The police should be in the motto, should be your friend.
Okay, so we are going to stay on this for a while, even though our last story is something that we must touch. Yes. But let me put this out there. Are you a police officer and you are watching us? We have an idea of your salary with regards to your ranks. So you can send us a message if you're watching. Also, you see Toby, myself, Toby, and Olumide, yes, they were watching a video of a soldier that was talking about his salary structure. It was a junior officer and was talking about their salary structure. And to be mild and to have this courtesy towards them, if you're looking for a young Nigerian who just finished university, and you tell him this is how much they pay, and this is the salary structure, and this is how you can climb the ladder, sir, he may not want to come in there.
The only reason why
he may not want to come in there because Nigerians, I think our leaders are thinking that the Nigerians we have in 1995, the Nigerian youths we have in 2012 are still the Nigerian youths of 2025. No, they have gone. They are so advanced, their expectations are so big that they look at the economy, and that is why one of the things they consider is, let me go for a greener pasture. There's nothing you can tell them. And if you do not take care of your police officers, you do not pay them so much that they can get, an 18-year-old is earning 1.2 million naira in an oil company. How can you convince this guy?
And the police officer that is attached to him is earning 20,000.
With a very bad training. So how do
I was trying to allude to, it is not, money does not fix all the problems.
Yeah.
Right? Even if you give the man that is earning minimum wage, say 75,000 naira now, as a police officer, I'm not saying that is how much he earns, and you give him 75,000 naira, you say, okay, because you've demanded for it, let me give you 750, just add a single zero to it. The man that cannot manage 75,000 naira, he will not manage 750.
He will manage it.
He will not. It will not change his mindset. You understand?
It can change his mindset.
Money does not change people.
It does.
Money does not change people.
Money does change people.
Ideology, it's not bought by money. The way you relate to people, money will not change it. You will always be that grass.
Are there people
rugged?
Could you please come forward?
I'll give you an instance. Yes. I know where you're coming from. Now, you said 75, if you give someone that earns
75,000 naira, and make it 750.
Let me tell you something. A police officer earning 75,000 naira, we're just assuming in a Lagos environment, will struggle. And the struggling starts to affect how they think, how they reason.
And they carry it out on you.
And they carry it out on the people.
Yeah.
It's psychology. You cannot then tell me that you give that same individual
750,000 and instantly he will change.
And he would continue to react how he was reacting when he earned 75,000.
No.
There's a reason why they call something, in our workplaces or 9 to 5 and all that, there's a reason why they will have things like promotion. Your promotion does not just give you a status, it gives you a sense of belonging. It changes your mindset, that you have more responsibility, and it opens you up to, a better life. Most of we've heard stories of, rich people tell you how they were at some point in their lives, and they say making money, and their ideology, it changes your ideology. Because now you can afford certain things, you can afford to be in certain places, that changes your mindset.
Owning a car is not a luxury.
I am sorry, I will still stand on this argument. But how do you want to prove that money is changing somebody's mindset? That is where I am at now. Okay. Because look, that promotion you alluded to, or before somebody promotes you, you have to meet certain responsibilities and thresholds.
Yes.
That's why I said somebody that cannot manage 75,000 naira would not manage 750.
No, it doesn't work that way.
If you manage 75,000 naira, they can give you more. It is look. Let me go biblical. Let me go biblical.
Okay.
Do you know when they said talked about talent?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Why did they give you more? Because you could manage the one that you had before.
Yes.
That person that cannot manage 75,000 naira, his behavior would not change even if you give him more.
No, you can't tell me the facts in which you as per. When you talk about let's address it from minimum wage area. Let's be factual here. Yes. We all know that the minimum wage in the Nigerian economy is not the best.
Okay.
But at least we thank the government for increasing it. But it's not the best. So now you see a lot of people struggle on it. Yeah, you can blame them. For example, someone earning the actual minimum wage, having 7 children, 8 children. But I mean, can you blame a man that had twins or triplets twice? You can't. It still goes back to the fact that what he earns and what is there for him to earn is not feasible to live.
So are we saying now that the way our police is, our policemen, or police officers rather, because of the men, police officers now are behaving the way they are, we don't like them because they are not underpaid?
Yes, it's a fact.
It's a part, but is this the only problem? I'm saying, even if you increase their money now, there are other things that needs to be done. Why are you pouring money in the problem?
Gentlemen, let's put it this way. As for you watching, we're not talking about where we're heading to is where we already know. Business, economy, development. The presence of police officers in your state and in your environment is very, very key to do business at night. If you look at Allen Avenue, excuse me, Allen Avenue used to be a very, very huge sort of IGR for the Keja local government area. The nightlife activities there are just unthinkable. 2 a.m. in the morning, you can still take a stroll. 3 a.m., you can go live in Allen Avenue. It's dying off.
Yes, it is.
And the police, in fact, there's no time you walk in that environment, you don't see the police patrol. They are moving, they are always moving. And we know that the police college is close to that area, but it's always moving. Safety, just the presence of police officers in the environment, it just gives you this assurance of safety. But if their salary cannot cater for some of their basic needs or for their basic needs, let's imagine, like Amolo said, that we are paying Nigerian police officers that does 500,000 naira, just the guy that gets in as a recruit. You are paying him between 450 and 500,000 naira. And his next promotion exam is not going to be the next 5 years. It's not going to be 5 years. He stands to get some form of enlightened training, some form of education that maybe he did not get because he did not go to the 4 walls of the university, but he can get some of those in the police rank, just at the lower rank. And he can be exposed to, that is a life where he knows that with my take home, it may not be enough, but at least it can almost take me home. Of 450,000, you are entering the police force. You know that when you in the next 2 years, you're in the next 2 years, 18 months, you are looking at a promotion exam that you are going to sit because of based on what you've been taught. Look, people will be thinking about building career in the police force. Now, the only people that are looking at building career are the people who graduated from the police university or who went to the university.
And then Swiss, actually, because
reforms need to take care of that.
Sure. We'll go do like I said, when we started this particular topic, I said reforms doesn't have to be every year. It can happen every week, every day. It meets a particular problem, and then you do a reform.
Yes.
Off camera, what were you saying about the police force in other climes? It is attractive because of what they have put in place. If you check ours, right, what attracts most people to come there is maybe because they cannot get jobs elsewhere. Our entry into police, the minimum requirement is O levels.
Yeah, I mean.
And then they put you at the lower cadre. Then if you go and self-improve, because for you to go to the next promoted, you have to meet certain thresholds. So you have to go train yourself in other certifications and all that. Right? I remember attending my university. I had about 4 or 5 police officers. They always come in Mufti. It was later we found out what they were doing, but they had different rankings. But the very moment they got their certificate, we noticed many of them had different ranks. So you know it's a requirement to have education. So imagine if you are a university person already now going there, your rank would definitely be high because of where you're entering from. But the truth of the matter is, where I was coming from was pouring money to the problem, right? We're talking about, say, how much you earn. Does it change how you behave? That was what I was arguing. Because the truth is, the reforms is not only about giving them the right equipment. Do you train them enough to use that equipment? Once upon a time, we're talking about body cams. It is normal in some climes. Why didn't you use it? Because our people don't even know how to use body cams. Even if you train them, they don't want to use it because it doesn't allow them to do certain things that they want to do. And then everybody's talking about the cost.
Why? Now, let me proceed there. You said you made a statement. Said they don't want to use body cams because it
hampers them from doing
what they
usual things. Yes.
Now, if you count 3 things that we know, with all due respect to our police force, one of the 2 things that you would hold on to them that you don't like is the fact that they extort people. Some of them. You understand? Now, let's take that to their lives. As an individual, you will not find me on the street trying to extort anyone for money, to the glory of God, because I earn well. And there's room for me to earn better.
So that's an argument because the truth of the matter is, I'm saying everybody that is extorting.
No.
Don't have
most of them.
So that's what I'm saying. So it's a mindset thing. It's not the money that you're giving them. You will give the third person more money. He's still going to extort you on the road.
It's a mindset thing that grows over time. When you bring in a young person into an institution,
and it's not anywhere,
and it's not anywhere, the situation of life, situation of the economy, pushes them to look for other ways. Now, let me give you an example. You see them say they're going for a lot of projects, they're going not even certificates. They're going to maybe another state to go and look for a job to do, to go and guide this person because they need more money. Yes, but back to I'm going to co-join what I'm saying and your idea. It's not just about money, it's about the system as well, the training. Now, if you have a proper system that monitors and balances the police officers, you can curtail that. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then you now give them a life that fits the economy. You see a better police.
Okay. We need to move to
because at this point, I don't think I'm ready for you.
They are going to continue that in social media. So now let's move on to our next story, and we're talking about local content. The Senate Committee on Local Content has issued a stern warning to international oil companies and industry operators violating Nigeria's local content laws, stating they will now face heightened scrutiny. This comes as the National Assembly intensifies efforts to ensure strict enforcement across the oil and gas sectors. Speaking at the 14th Annual Practical Nigerian Content Forum in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State, the committee chairman, Senator Joel Onowakbo Thomas, decried the consistent neglect of local content policies. He described the situation as a systemic failure, noting that despite decades of oil production and established legal frameworks, compliance remains weak. That is what he said. So, local content. I know just recently, if we are to be referring to local content, we have a local content law that says that, look, if either in a multinational organization, when you set up your company here, there's a specific percentage of people at the managerial level that must be Nigerians. Yes. So, and even in those industries, there's a way those industries run that at least before you attain, if there's a regulation body, before you attain certain position, you must have spent X, Y, Z number of years in the industry. You must have attained some trainings. And the company and organization where you work is also saddled with the responsibility of, sponsoring some of those training. Local content. And the more we get empowered in our local content law, the more we get empowered in our manpower, because it's a source and an instrument for building our manpower irrespective of the industry.
And you start seeing how healthy the labor law is.
The labor law.
So I think IOCs need to see this policy from government more as a strategic decision rather than a burden. Because true, many people would rather be in a place where laws are not restricting them from operating, right? But this particular one about having local content, they have been complying to it, is a long-term investment plan. You need to see it like that. Because the truth is, if you want to exist in the community, for example, you need to be part of that thing. Let them own you. Let them see you as part of them. Otherwise, you will just be existing, and the day something will happen, they'll just ignore you. That's why you can see somebody would see a pipeline that's supposed to be enriching maybe a larger community, and then go and break it. Because he doesn't take ownership of it.
Ownership, that's the word, ownership.
He doesn't take ownership of it. If he knows, oh, this thing is benefiting my community, why would I go and attack it? So IOCs, for example, when they come into a community, let them embrace whatever projects that, in fact, the easiest way, that's why I said local content assimilation of it. It's easy to get people to own a project when they are a part of it. Oh, you know what, when I'm hiring, I'll give priority to your children. As they are graduating from school, send them to us, we'll employ them. By the time those people see that, this company that is coming here is our friend, is our brother, why would I want to attack any of your facility? It's a long-term plan, and you know that being there gives you profit. It helps them, it's what you call symbiotic relationship. When you are in that kind of system, and you are coming in, you know, in the next 10, 50 years, I can plan. Because these people are now my own, and I'm gaining, you are gaining, they are gaining, everybody's happy. IOCs need to begin to see these things more as their friend than before.
IOCs are not your common companies. IOCs can be dubious.
We know.
History
has shown it.
And they can bribe some of your leaders and some of your
community leaders
to bypass the regulation and the requirements that the local content law has saddled on them to carry out. They can bypass them.
You see, at the end of the day, the onus is back on us to do what we're supposed to do. I always tell people, the Nigerian Constitution, as much as we always try to say, oh, let's amend, there are certain things there that if you implement them and enforce them, they're working. Section 88, 89 of the Constitution gives the Senate the power to summon international operators or operators, if they, of course, they're non-compliant. In other countries, you go, there's certain jobs that they don't give to migrants. They keep it for their people. That's what we're talking about. Just like Amilo said, rightly, you must keep this avenue for positions for your people. When they see, they own it. And once we start owning certain things, when the whole issue of Niger Delta happened and all of that, one of the things that's kind of pushing down the the chaos over there was letting them have ownership.
By employing them to be the security agents to watch over the
what happens? Let me give you an instance. You go around, the hood, they call them Adibos and the rest. They are the ones that are secure. They know the people that come, they know new faces when they see them. But you know what? Your shop is going to be safe because they know you. So until we start to give, and what this does is we don't rely on expatriates moving forward. We rely on our own people in here. Develop our own people in here.
And there's ripple effects. Look, I understand. That's why I said maybe the IOCs need to begin to see this team more as allies. Check it out. As Nigerians, if an IOC come here and then they've empowered you, they won't need to import so many things. They won't need to import labor. If they need resources, the local people can tell you where you will get it and give you access. And then, because they are also part of the project, you will get more wealth kept within. For example, when you are paying them, there's now economic like a cycle.
Yeah.
Because you are paying them well, because IOCs pay well, we know. But even though, unless they want to cut corner, but whatever it is, they still want to pay well. That's amount of money that they are paying you. That person that they are paying now goes back into his community, gingers the local economy, and then this money begins to circle. And everybody, like I said, everybody is happy. Why are they not always seeing it from that side? Because everybody wants to cut corners. Yeah. And we, just like you said, we are allowing them to cut corners. Yeah. How would they let, if, for example, I'm a chief in a community, and this guy is coming and they say, oh, sir, we want to do X, Y, Z. You know it will not benefit everybody. But they tell you, don't worry, maybe we'll buy you a particular expensive wristwatch. Or something that they know you don't have. A car. And you know you don't have it. And I say, no problem, bring it back. I'll talk to my people. You don't do that. There was one particular, this thing reminded me of one particular play that used to happen there on NTA. Ichoku. It was a white man that was their judge. And the interpreter was a local person. The judge will say something in English. The interpreter will say something else to the people. The man will say, okay, this case, you people should go and resolve it amicably out of court. Yeah. The man said no. The man said you should bring 10 tubers of yam and 1 goat. Those people say, 10 tubers of yam. You say you want to argue with the white man, he will take you to jail, and then they will pack the thing and give it to the man. The other man interpreter will pack it and keep. We are part of our problem.
Yeah. Okay. Emphasizing this, and this is true. Sometimes some foreigners come and establish companies in Nigeria. And they are employing Nigerians. And they have Nigerians as management staff. And they are telling the Nigerian staff that, look, we would like to pay these people, for example, 500,000 or 300,000 naira to start with. Because first of all, what they are using is that, okay, if I were in my country,
yes, they use that rate.
This is what I'll be paying. So if I'm going to be here, even if I'm going not to pay exactly what I do pay in my country, let me cut it down. And when they equally cut it down, it's still something substantial. Yes. Some of the Nigerians that are employed in managerial office will be the ones discouraging the foreigners.
Evidence plenty.
That, look, evidence is plenty. This is, if you pay them this, it will be too much. Now, as a people, I know we'll just have like 2 minutes to respond to that. We'll go for another break. Now, another one. Someone else was employed. His name is Engineer Tony. He spoke this story when I went for a conference to manage maybe like a deck, a jetty for an oil company. He got there, all the auxiliary staff, they are Nigerians, but he felt about 15 of them are living in a two-room apartment. There's congestion. He said, he first of all went to go and invigilate and, look at the whole environment. He told them, the organization, that look, we can't have, there's not going to be efficiency and productivity. You're not going to get the best from this staff if you leave them in this deplorable condition. Yeah. A man and his 3 children working as auxiliary staff, 2 of them are living in, 5 of them, maybe 4 of them are living in 1-room apartment, 1 room. Sorry, no. By the time he was done talking to them, each of them started living in flats, in nice hotels, with lots of money that the organization has set aside to be paid. Why are we
when Toby was talking about the constitution or our laws not being the problem, he was perfectly right. In fact, when NLC was initially set up, one of the things they were always against was looking down on the Nigerian worker. And I don't know what they do these days. They just like to go on strike. But the truth is, then, because I remember there was one where my first ever job, the company was side by side another company. Those ones made it a law that they were not going to have staff that were Nigerians. Or like full-fledged staff. The Nigerian workers, because they did biscuits. The Nigerian workers were going to be on contract, and it's daily. They will give you a task that day, and you go home. But the main staff were foreigners. They were doing biscuits. The day NLC got wind of it and came there, because we would oversee them from our own side. It was serious. So we're like, oh, thank God, finally this thing has happened. Gave them a couple of months, everything went back to normal. That's the normal system. So you
was not rectified.
I said, give them 6 months, everything went back to the way it was. What do you always see there? You just see a line of people every morning. And we're like, what we're now arguing was, did these people come here to come and do this.
Right.
So it was obvious what was in their heads. Apparently they bribed these officials to go. So the problem was not the law, it was the people. It goes back to what we were talking about. When Nigerians begin to say no, the laws say X, Y, Z. In fact, I mean, the question is, how many of us even know the laws? Let me that take us back to that one.
As we go on a break, let me put this in your mind. One of the reasons why one of the biggest, one of the well-known phone logistics companies somewhere in Computer Village started paying pensions. One of the reasons he started paying pensions, because I was working there, was because the former administration of both the Lagos State, the LIRS, in collaboration with the FIRS, they were visiting that company every time. And that's for them to pay their tax and also for them to start paying pensions. They refuse. Whenever the officials of the government come, the Chinese will leave and push the Nigerian managers forward to go and speak to your people. And sometimes they give tabs, good, sophisticated phones and gadgets to the government officials. But you know what? After they collect it, they still keep coming. So they got tired and started paying pensions. Imagine if they don't pay pensions to workers who were working there. That means in the next 40 years, some people will still be working there. There will be no pension. And they will become old people and they become liability to the government on the land and liability to their young children who are supposed to be making life happen for themselves in their early 20s, mid-20s, or late 20s. It ought not to be so. We'll go on a break. We're back in a moment. To stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Study Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has announced a major policy shift, revoking the monthly special authorization that allowed individuals and corporate entities to withdraw 5 million and 10 million naira respectively. The new directive takes effect from January 2026 in a circular dated December 2nd, 2025 and signed by Dr. Rita Sike, Director of Financial Policy and Regulation. The Apex Bank stated that the decision is part of its ongoing effort to strengthen financial discipline and promote digital transactions. The previous waivers were introduced under exceptional circumstances, the CBN said, and are no longer necessary under current policy objectives. The move signals a tighter grip on cash-based transactions and is expected to drive further adoption of electronic payment channels. Financial institutions have been directed to comply strictly and inform customers accordingly as the CBN reasserts its commitment to a modern, transparent financial ecosystem. Yes.
I'm happy. I'm happy. Because the truth is, look, we've been shouting so much about having less cash and doing more circulation. It is easy to track transactions that go through digital platforms, right? Because our heavy reliance on cash had created a lot of bottlenecks, right? Even though we know most of our daily transactions might require cash, especially if we want to enter public transportation and all. But with this policy, we now begin to think about alternative solutions like digital ones. Because the truth is, look, there's so many problems that we have created with the system that we've had before. No problem, there are 5 million, 10 million, there's some people who can do those kind of movements on a monthly basis, because not a daily thing, like monthly. But the truth is, what can you transact digitally that you now have to need physical cash of that amount of money at a particular city? What kind of transaction would you need that for? And then we know in our current situation now that having somebody with physical cash should trigger you. It should begin to say, no, there's something off. Why don't you have to do a digital transaction? Especially now that, for example, people are now doing ransom. You know, if you pay ransom via a digital channel, you can track it. Rather than some. So if, for example, these stories are linking. So if a police officer now comes and sees you with a big chunk of money, it should raise a red flag. Even automatically, don't come and explain that you want to go and do one, you want to go and buy a market somewhere. No. Why didn't you do a transfer?
What if your customer at the other end, you want to go and buy farm produce somewhere in the local village of Zamfara?
Yes.
No, it's a volatile area. Let me go somewhere else. You want to go somewhere else.
Yes, a very remote place.
A very remote place where your client there does not believe in your digital transaction and is telling you, I'm sorry.
Good.
And it's your business. You need to bring these goods to a place like Lagos, Kano, River State, Warri to sell.
Good. That is why the truth is the policy is supposed to correct a lot of anomalies. When POS was first brought into the system, it was supposed to cater for things like that. It is what we're having now is an anomaly. That having POS in almost every 10 steps that you take. POS was designed for places where banks would not exist. And then the system was supposed to allow people who are get more financial inclusion of people who don't have this alternatives. Like, oh, why do I have, there's no bank here now, why are you giving, that you need to bring cash? No. Sir, go and get a bank account. It does not cost you anything.
Do the ATM still work?
Which one?
ATM.
That's what I'm saying. It's supposed to correct a lot of things, because by the time people now see, oh, we are moving towards more of a digital, your ATM, when your ATM does not work or does not have cash, CBN can now go and say, okay, no, sir, this was designed for this. Why does it not? You know, at some point, when the change of cash happened during the Mayfield's problem, when we were having problems getting cash out of ATMs, it became a norm now. So that was an anomaly. But now things are getting back into place. Once an ATM does not have cash, it's just supposed to flag.
Let's even be real with ourselves. I mean, smartphones. Everyone owns a smartphone now. NFC. You can just
majority people,
you tap the what they call it, the POS machine,
transaction
and it's gone. Nobody has time for. See, if we're going to move forward, we have to move forward. We have to take the hard steps. So.
Amolo and Toby are comparing Lagos today to every other state in Nigeria. They are comparing Abuja to every other state in Nigeria. That this is how it works. It doesn't work in some of those places.
That's right. I know.
Big business people.
Do you know once upon a time they were to be tracking POSs. They were to be tracking POSs. Ideally, like I said, the normal way, POS is supposed to get to that remote. It is like a mobile bag.
Yeah, it is.
Right? You can put it in your pocket and go. In fact, I can almost tell you that one of the business openings that can happen now, you see that remote area that you think is not Lagos. The first person to take a POS machine to that place will start a very big business. Okay. Because many people now patronize you and then get what they want.
I mean, the good part of it is that it does not violate any constitutional rights. So
okay. So that conversation has not actually stopped. We meant to look at it again some other time. But we have a story we don't want you to miss. It affects you. It affects everyone. If you have a cousin in the United States, if you are looking forward to going to the United States, if you have an aspiration to go to the United States, it's going to affect you, so please pay attention. The United States has announced new visa restrictions targeting individuals linked to religious persecution in Nigeria and several other countries. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio disclosed the decision via a post on X on Wednesday, reaffirming Washington's commitment to promoting global religious freedom. The move, while primarily diplomatic, could carry economic consequences. Experts warn that such sanctions may affect international perception of Nigerian governance and human rights record, potentially discouraging foreign investment in sensitive sectors. Analysts also note that if key political or business figures are affected, their limited mobility could disrupt international trade engagement or access to global financial systems, and further complicating Nigeria's efforts to boost economic growth and investor confidence and ongoing fiscal challenge. Now, for Damola and Amobi, including Musa and Tare, that used to travel to the U.S.
with reckless abandon.
Move them back. In a week, they can go twice if they want. And for this December,
dirty December, this has to happen.
That Nigeria, we're already talking how much Lagos is going to make.
Yes.
For the number of Nigerians and others that will be visiting their country back from the U.S. Are you sure they are going to come?
Look, I think we spoke about this thing off air. The optics of this does not look nice at all. For an investor, you'll be like, no, for this to happen, something is wrong.
Yeah.
I should be wary. Now, maybe that person is supposed to bring $100 million. So now I'm like, okay, let me tread carefully and bring 50. We're already losing just by the optics. You know, when Trump was shouting about tariff before he even became president, everybody was itchy. When the time now came and then the tariff became real, people that were not prepared were like, we thought this guy was joking. But we saw the ripple effect that his tariff has created. People now had to begin to sit down again and begin to renegotiate. What we are just facing now is, I mentioned, nobody knows who is on the list of people who are likely to be restricted. So you might just find yourself, maybe you don't want transaction that they had flagged and you didn't even know. You will now get to the airport and you want to go and do another business transaction. You will now hear, no sir, you have been on the black. That's where you will now start to face the reality of the application of something that you did without being cautious of it. I'm even looking from, okay, this is December. We know how travel is in December. People are going in and coming out, and then this now happens, and they now tied it to religion again. That one self is like a leapfrogging from that initial, we'll put foot on the put boots on the ground. This is now looking like, okay, it's a slightly less combative approach, but the impact is equally going to be felt.
Okay, now, if you look at it, just that announcement alone, globally, some companies in Nigeria, their stocks are going to plummet. Portfolio managers who are looking at coming into the Nigerian exchange, so the ripple effect goes even beyond the import and the export business. At the global scale, where you don't even need to go to the US before you buy stock in the New York exchange, or you don't even need to come to Nigeria from the US. You can go to some certain platform and buy stocks from the Nigerian stock exchange. All those are affected. Toby, what's your perspective?
Well, I'm just going from a very different side. If you look at I think it was last year, there was an international chaos with regards to what happened in January after the December partying in Nigeria. And we had a lot of international banks complaining that there were a lot of cashbacks. Nigerians that came back, go back to their phone, and they were like, this is just the funny side of it, but this affects business one way or the other. You come to Nigeria, you spend your money, so it's a us thing. It's not just about whether you're in diaspora and you're in Nigeria and you're coming back and all of that. But if you look at what it does now, it means that there will be, of course, like it will trigger the domestic review on our foreign policies and structure. And at the end of the day, you can't take away the fact that if people are now limited to coming into the country, this period where a lot of hotels, a lot of restaurants are already projecting their financial increase and profit this period, it's going to affect. And yeah, like Amolo said, tying into the religious is just a perfect timing for them, because at the end of the day, you can't. It's like you're trying to trigger something, but you can't use the common economic business reasons, because you can't. But now the religious side, people start to look into the country. Okay, and we all know how religion is.
Yes.
People start looking into the country. Okay, this is why. Oh, this man loves us. He wants the best interest for us. Right. But deep down, you know what it is.
You know, it's funny. Yeah, when they tied it to religion, it might look like economics, right? But then again, as an investor, I also now begin to check how do they eat human beings in this place? Because it's human rights now. It's a human rights thing. And like the people like, hang on a minute, am I safe to go to this place? Because they're saying, I'm a Christian and they're attacking Christians in this place.
Exactly.
Okay, should I go there because I'm a Christian? Should I go into this country and be safe? What I feel the government should be reacting now, because it's a reaction that we couldn't nip it in the bud from the beginning because nobody saw this coming. We were thinking the boots on the ground thing was going to be the one. But this one are new tactics. They just got that angle to it. What we should do, maybe they knew. That was why the government started talking about ambassadors and everything. Because the approach right now
start to negotiate.
Is negotiations. That's what we have to do now.
To trigger the foreign policy and structure.
Yes. So let's go from a different perspective too. You allow insecurity to fester, it's going to affect, in fact, our farms and our agriculture. We spoke about it from the onset of the program. It has been affected because insecurity was not really given the attention it was it deserved. And this did not start in this current administration.
Yes.
Administrations back did not give it the required attention. And now it has snowballed to something very, very big, to the extent that, look, it has affected our local economy and is attracting international sanctions.
Yes.
And if what the government is going to do now, why is sending people there to go and negotiate and talk? Make sure the security, restructuring, the chiefs, and the security boots that we ourselves need to put on ground to tackle this issue, we spend nothing.
Let me ask
we spend nothing in dealing with this.
Let me ask the table. We're a powerhouse in Africa, right? At least in West Africa. We're supposed to be the giant. Would it be
in rounding up?
Would it be okay if we reciprocate?
We can't reciprocate. You know why?
Because I don't have to throw you there.
Because in all fairness, it's not a legal sanction on Nigeria. This only gives us or exposes us to diplomatic discussion, and that's what, like you said, there's that fear. You understand it. Probably they've been an insight.
Yes, that's why
so now it's just more to negotiate and see how you can't. You reciprocating, you will not do.
Let's reciprocate. We are giant of Africa.
The only reciprocation that can come from the government now is take care of insecurity. Be brutal to terrorists. Be brutal to thieves. Be brutal to bandits and whatever names that they are called. Protect Nigerians in every nook and cranny of the country. Do not turn a blind eye and root them out so that we can stand tall, not only as a giant of Africa, but as a country and as a nation that the world wants to do business with. That's the only way we can grow business-wise, economy, and development. Thank you so much for your time with us on the table today on SOUQ Business Landscape. It's been a wonderful moment. Now, please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. The conversation doesn't stop here. It continues on social media. I am Oyin Priye Kromale. Good morning to you, and many thanks for watching, Amolo.
Thank you so much for being with us all through our conversations today. As he rightly said, we'll have these conversations continue on social media. Please follow us on all our platforms.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us today as well. Do have a wonderful day, and make sure you follow us on all our social media platforms. Thank you.
Bye for now.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of distinction. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols are being observed to the latter, are being protected and imposed as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues. And also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them. And it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what it's supposed to do. That one has been established.
It's another day on Across Borders, and I am delighted to welcome you to the program here on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. In an age where teaching is no longer bound by geography, many of our educators are redefining what it means to influence learning across the continent. And so today, we shall be focusing on the power of digital learning and how Nigerians are shaping the global classroom. And our guest today stands right at the heart of that transformation. Joining us on this episode of Across Borders is Jokelia Oyadairo, a digital educator and early childhood specialist whose career spans more than 2 decades across Nigeria and the United Kingdom. After teaching in British curriculum schools in Nigeria, she migrated to the UK, where she advanced her training in early childhood education and expanded her reach as an international educator. She is the founder of Safe Kids Tutors, an online learning platform that connects educators in the UK and Nigeria to learners in same environment, including Canada, US, and back home. Through digital classrooms, she supports children, particularly immigrants and Black learners, helping them transition into new school systems, close learning gaps, and build confidence in unfamiliar environments. I am sure that you are up for some awareness today, and so I want to say that you sit back as we take a break at the moment, and when we return, the conversation will begin. Please stay with us.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
SOUQ Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadi were used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The SOUQ Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into SOUQ City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and SOUQ Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, SOUQ Pearl with Champagne Tower and SOUQ Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. SOUQ Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria. stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity.
Welcome back, and glad to know that you are part of the program today. And in case you're just joining us, this is Across Borders, where we look into topical migration-related issues. And like I said before we went on that short break, our guest is Joke Oyadairo, a digital educator and early childhood specialist. Good morning, Joke, and it's so awesome having you on the show this morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Good morning, Grace.
Ah, so pretty. So the last time I saw you, Joke, I think that was a long Shogbo Ede, if I'm not mistaken. That's pretty more than 15 years ago, right?
Long time ago, yeah.
It's good
That's
to
right,
have
long
you.
time ago.
Yes. Okay, so let's just get into the matter. Let's get into today's program. We want to talk about you, and we'd like you to take us through your journey. Take us through your journey, how your traveling experience was like, if it was a positive move, if it's, I mean, the good, the bad, the ugly. We just want you to take us through that journey, how smooth it was or not.
Thank you, Grace. Okay, so the journey of relocation or migration from Nigeria to I currently live in the UK. Now, first, before I decided to travel, I looked at the course I wanted to study. So it wasn't just about really relocating. It wasn't just about migrating to another country, but of course, migrating with a purpose. You're not going there as a purposeless person. You're going there because there's a purpose, the reason you're living. So I looked at my course of study, and then I still went for the same course, the same field, early childhood. But when I got into UK, it was a very different experience entirely. It wasn't what I was. When I say most of us didn't really prepare, we just know we're going there to study, we are going to the abroad, and so when I got into the UK, of course, there's an aspect of you that needs to study, you need to take care of the family and the children. So for me, it first was the purpose, and then it was the front line, the family, the family front line. So when I got into the UK, back in Nigeria, you have a support system, and getting to the UK, the reality just stares at you, and you're looking like, okay, so you can't get a support system here. There is no grandma to support. There is no nanny to support. So you have to do all of that by yourself. You're caring for the children, you're schooling, and then you're trying to survive as a family. So I wouldn't say it was a smooth one. Then another aspect of it is, it's just like uprooting a flourishing tree. You uproot a flourishing tree, and then you take that tree to another land, and then to another soil. You want to plant it there. Obviously, that plant will die first, goes into the soil, and then we have to start connecting the new trends, connecting what's. So I think that's just the way it is. So moving to a different country, you're uprooted. You don't know, there is no life yet, so you need to give yourself time. And like I said, support system was 0%. So you have to create your own support system yourself. And the education system, of course, is quite different in Nigeria. A child can begin schooling as young as 3 months, 5 months. With, of course, you can afford the fee to an extent. Here, so yeah, so it was, I wouldn't say it was a smooth one. The normal education system, which we call the public school in Nigeria, in the UK, your 3-year-old has to go to school just for 3 hours a day.
I see. Okay, so we'll come to that. I think we'll have I have a question around that you're going to be speaking to. So you practically have taken part of my second question, but I'm still going to take it. So you already mentioned that when you are going, you're going with a different mindset. We have seen a lot of people jump on, any available school program just as an escape, from Nigeria. They want to travel, so anything works. You understand now. And at some point, they got stuck or they change paths. They try so many other things. Haven't gone through your profile, like you have mentioned as well, you moved abroad to study early childhood education. So was your migration a mapped out career plan, or did your experience gradually lead you into digital teaching? I understand you have mentioned that you actually went to study what you've been doing way back in Nigeria, but what you now do, you have moved to taking, doing digital teaching. Was it the experience now that made you to stay to push to this aspect, or it's something you've had in mind before now?
Okay, so I would say that, so when I completed my master's, because that, of course, there's an issue of you have to sort out your papers to stay in the country. So there's something called the sponsorship visa. So the career you're seeing Joke do now, someone has sacrificed, which is my partner, my husband sacrificed for me to do this, because it's either you're choosing whatever career path you want to choose has something that works for the family, and it has to be something that would give you, the permission to stay in the country. So after my husband sorted that out for us, so after my master's, and we just looked at what's next. And immediately I finished, I think I got a job as a nursery manager in Manchester. It was a good offer, yes, okay, let's go for it. So I went for that. So I did that for a year, 18 months. But at some point, because the way UK system is structured, there's a need for me to also consider the family. So it wasn't working quite well. But back in Nigeria, in 2020 during the COVID period, so I set up my school and then an online, tuition center, which by the time I got into UK, I stopped because I needed to find my feet. And so while I was working as a nursery manager, I needed flexibility. I needed time, but I still want to teach, so I had to take a break for a while before going back into the education system. So while I took a break, of course, with the help of God, you can't do anything outside, whatever you believe in. So for that, I thought of, okay, so why not go back? So when I took a pause, a lot of my friends knew, okay, she's into education, because back in school, they called me, oh, pedagogy, I love what I do. So, and it reflected while studying. So they were, okay, can you teach my child? Can you just give me just 1 hour, just so. From there, I had like 3, 4, 5 children. I just said, no, I can't do this. We have to go online. And that was the same thing that happened during COVID in Nigeria. A lot of my friends brought their children over, and I couldn't manage, so I had to go online. So that was what led to, let's just go online. And
okay. And that's it.
And that's how the whole thing started. But I still teach in the UK, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We got that. So I'm just going to ask you, now this is what you do. How viable is it to build a global career in education today? How viable?
Well, I would say, would I say easy? Would I say it took a while? I think the first thing is trust. People need to trust what you have. As much as I've got friends who believe in me, who knows that, oh, this is what Joke does, there's an aspect of you that needs to work hard for you to gain. You need to earn it. And of course, as much as people say that, oh, there is no racism, there's an aspect of you that needs to, that the public needs to buy into. So you're not, if I'm selling to a Black community, I'm still not there yet. But at the point where I started having the Asians calling me that they want their children to go online, then I told myself, okay, I think, okay, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. So for me, it was more of what can you offer. People need to be able to trust your brand. They need to be able to trust they should be able to evaluate what their children are learning, and it should be obvious. So at that point, I was just doing my thing. I love what I do. It wasn't a struggle at all. So I didn't struggle, setting up. I didn't struggle teaching my children, because if you know the how, it's going to be pretty easy for you to navigate. But like I said, people need you need to earn that respect. You need to earn people's trust. So, so when I started, a few people I had to work at to show that this is what I can do. And from there, and my business is more of referrals. It was more of referrals. So education basically is more of referrals. So by the time people 1 or 2, the first 3 months, and then I began to get referrals from friends, referrals from parents, and rest is history.
Okay, so thank you. If you ask me, I would say that passion has also added to what has helped you to push forward. So I think it's very key that whatever it is one wants to do, be passionate about it, put all of the energy, and you do mind the challenges, and at some point it's just going to come and standing strong. So I want to ask you, we really need to look into digital education now, or digital teaching, and I want to say that what are those gaps, and either gaps or opportunities, whichever way you think, which one is related, that you are aware of, in the digital teaching, especially when taken as a major career part. What are the challenges or the gaps, the opportunities that are there?
Okay, so first, I would say that if you haven't had years of experience in the classroom, digital education or digital teaching is going to be extremely challenging for you. Because for someone who's been in the classroom, you can tell you have an idea of different children with their different learning needs, with their strength. So if you're seeing such children online, you already know how to assess them. You know how to evaluate them. You understand the system. So first, you need to have quite a number of years in the physical classroom. Now, when it comes to challenges, I would say that supporting children with maybe a bit of need. So when children come online, because it's not a physical classroom, when children come online, you're expecting that if I say A, B, C, D, E, F, now ideally the child is expected, because it's online, so you expect the child to get just A and B. So if the child is not getting it at all, then I think basically the learning time has to be more learning time, more teaching time, more of you have to explore different online apps for children to learn. So it's not the physical classroom where you do the teaching, you do the talking, you have resources right there in front of the children. So you explore resources such as games, because in this age and time, this is a different ways children learn. So game is one of the fast growing ways that children learn. So why you can't keep talking online. So you have to look for different techniques, different products, different apps that can help your children. So for me, I think one of the challenges is looking at different children and looking at, what digital tool that can support each child. So if online you have a group of 5 children and then you're sending the link to game for 2 children to play a game, and then for 2 children you're giving them online worksheets, and then they're all learning. It's same. You're giving all of them same learning objective, and you're achieving different things, but with different strategies. So like I said, it depends on how versed you are in digital world. So that would help you to navigate.
Okay. So talking about strategy and talking about how versed you are, you know, in digital education. So I want you to talk to us about Nigerians. Now you are in the UK. I want to believe you relate. From your experience, do Nigerian educators bring something unique into digital classrooms? And I want to ask, you've talked a bit of it, but again, I'm going to ask that, how do students globally respond to that? What's that unique thing? I'm not generalizing, I'm talking about Nigerian educators. What is that unique thing they bring to this platform? And how do you think students respond?
Can you take that question again, please? Thank you.
So I am saying that
yes, please.
Nigerians, as educators, do you understand? What is that thing that is unique that they bring into the digital platform? You are one, you are a Nigerian, you probably might be speaking for every other Nigerian. So I'm just trying not to generalize it. Let's look at it. So we want to know if we are also doing better, if we are improving as Nigerians. So I'm asking again that what's unique, what is that unique thing that Nigerians as digital educators bring to the platform? And how do you think the student responds?
Okay, first, I would like to say that we have great Nigerian teachers. That's, I must tell you. Nigerian teachers are great. We have great, amazing, intelligent Nigerian teachers. Now, on my online platform, I have a lot of Nigerian teachers that work with me. And they've taught me loads of things, even though I'm in diaspora. So the truth is, I would say that I think it's more of an individual, how much of personal development have you done as a teacher, as a Nigerian teacher? It depends on the school, it depends on the curriculum, it depends on your placement. For a teacher that works in a core British school, such teachers will operate different. I'm talking about Nigerian, I'm not talking about UK. So for a teacher who works in an 100% UK, 100% British curriculum school, now the way such teacher, yet in Nigeria though, the way such teacher will operate will be quite different from, okay, so a teacher who, for someone who teaches in, well, I say a grade C school. So we have the grade A's, we have the grade B's, we have the grade C. So when you say the grade A, you're talking about the big schools. I won't call names, the big schools, the schools of the elite children. I'm sure you have an idea of what I'm talking about.
I do, I understand.
So we have teachers who teach in the grade B schools and then the grade C schools. So it depends on your personal development, your placement, where you have placed yourself in terms of where you work, where you teach. All of this would shape, you as a person or as a teacher and what you can offer to the children. Now, when it comes to, I think the other part of the question is, how are children able to respond? Yes. So children will respond based on what you have given to them. And like I said, I'm trying not to call school. I'm trying not to grade any school in Nigeria. I'm trying really hard. So for children who are in the grade A school, say a school in Lekki or a school in Ikoyi, and so how such children will respond to what you have offered will be quite different from the resources available to a teacher who is in, I'm from Oyo State, so I will say Oyo State. Let me put it out because I don't want to tag. So I think geographical location, the placement of the school, the personal development. So whatever you give to the children, they would definitely respond to it. Now, there's a family front as well, because education is, I wouldn't say it's one-sided. We have stakeholders, the parents are there, the government's there, the school is there, the child, the environment. So the environments where the child sees herself would determine how a child will respond. A child who has accessibility to digital gadgets will explore education in a different perspective, in a different way, compared to a child who's not exposed to digital gadgets or devices. So all of this would affect the way a child would learn. Okay, in this world, you can tell a child, if a child is asking you, Okay, so mommy, your child is asking a teacher, so what's the meaning of saying, how does photosynthesis work? Before you say Jack, the child has gone online. Children know what AI is, so that's what I'm saying, that the child will respond based on the environment, based on the school, based on what they see around them. But I think the school play a key role in how children will respond to learning or different learning.
Okay, all right. So you actually mentioned parents while you were talking about how children respond, what they see, and all of that put together. So I want us to talk about culture and learning habits. Maybe we're going to make this, it's a bit similar to what you've mentioned, but culture at this point, what principles would you say should guide teachers, online teaching, especially in the classroom, when you want to look at culture, expectations, and learning habits? It differs. I agree with you. But what principles should guide them when you are looking at culture, when you are looking at expectations and the learning habits of the children?
Okay, as a parent or as a teacher?
Both.
So
I'm a parent and you're a teacher, so let's bring this together.
So I think I would start as a teacher. Okay, so as a teacher, I wouldn't say probably as a teacher in Nigeria or as a teacher in the UK, but I would say that a teacher in the classroom can tell a child that has a good, a teacher in class you can tell a child that is supported at home. And you can tell a child that is not being supported at home. You can tell a child who is from a family-oriented home. And you can tell a child who's not getting that family vibe, the family feeling, the home front. You can tell. You can tell from how they deal with their schoolwork. You can tell how they contribute to classroom conversation. You can tell how they take seriously their education. You can tell how they relate to their friends in school. So it's either the home front, the culture, what kind of culture the parents believe in, what kind of culture the school. What's the school culture? What does the school culture teaches the child? Does it teach the child to be resilient? Does the home front teach the child to be resilient? As a family or as a mother or as a family person would say that from the home front, a stable home, you can tell when a child is from a stable home. The child is a happy child. The child comes to school and tell you what happens at home. When the child is at home, the child is happy to tell the parents what happens in school, if the parents are available to listen. So in cultural aspects, and then in home fronts, you can tell a parent who has supported a child morally, academically, they're saying whether or not the school is supporting. In the UK, the teacher can only do, say, maybe 30%. And that's the truth. You're in a classroom of 28 children. A teacher is not used to having 28 children. The Japa syndrome has come. We have a lot of children in the classroom. The teacher is not able to reach the 28 children. How much of support is that child getting at home? You can tell, even in the UK system, in the UK school, you can tell a black child that is being supported at home. The home front, I as a mom, I'm not saying I'm not leaving the entire job to the school. And I'm saying, oh, can I have the curriculum? What's my child doing this week? And then you're going back home, you're supporting your child. You're giving that child a culture of, we need to work hard. We can't bend rules. We have to do it the right way. You have to, if you don't know geometry, you have to know it. This is what you have to do, my child. So I am supporting my child. The school is supporting the child. The environment is supporting the child. So, but in all, you can tell a child that is supported at home, and you can tell a child that is supported in school as well.
Okay. All right. So, in the course of your conversation, you talked about the UK schools, the Nigerian schools. You didn't really want to, kind of categorize them, but hey, that's where we are now. So we want to look at that global education environment, and I want to ask you, you have taught in global learning spaces. What major differences have you observed between Nigerian education system and those of other countries?
Okay, thank you so much. That was like 90% of my dissertation while I was in school. So I'm happy to discuss this.
Okay.
So what I would say is the culture will play a major role when it comes to comparison of education system. Now, there are no right or wrong curriculum. There are no right or wrong education system. I can tell you that for fact, 100%. Because you can't place a UK education system side by side with Nigeria. There are a lot of factors that affect education. Number one is the economy. What is available here to the children is not available to a common Nigerian child. You know, and I would say that I wouldn't compare the education system. So I would start with Nigerian education. I would boldly say that a typical school in the UK is the public school in Nigeria, but with lots of opportunities for children with the support of their parents. So going back to Nigeria, for an average Nigerian would say, oh, my child will not go to a state school or a public school. Everybody wants to get their child to a private school. But in the UK, that public school is what the majority of, of the immigrants attend. So the education system is way different, and the curriculum is way different. So in Nigeria, so if language is one aspect. So if there are schools, there are aspects of or some aspects of Nigeria that would still explain. Okay, so during my youth service in Nigeria, at some point I had to teach with Yoruba so that the children can understand my concept. Even though I served in Ikoyi, and I worked in a secondary school in Ikoyi, but I had to break down my teaching. I had to speak another language so that the child can understand my concept. So the education system is way different, and I think it's cultural based. So while I was in my dissertation and I looked at the early years curriculum in Nigeria, I looked at the early years curriculum in the UK. So it's way different because there are loads of cultural heritage in Nigeria that we're supposed to bring in, and it's not there. And I hear a lot of people say, oh, the EYFS curriculum or the British curriculum is better, and I will say 100% no. The curriculum is coming from a different culture, different economy, different background, different beliefs. So I would embrace the different curriculum with a different culture. Now, one thing I would say about the British curriculum is it teaches independence. A British curriculum would teach a child how to navigate learning individually. A British curriculum would teach a child how to solve problems. So if they are teaching you, so when you look at their curriculum, it's progressive. They are not going to teach you division without teaching you multiplication. They aren't going to teach you fraction without you learning multiplication and division. So it's progressive, and they teach you how to be independent. So you take ownership of your learning. So this is A, B, C, E, F. You go ahead and do it because they have loads of strategies and resources that can make you learn on your own. So coming back to Nigerian education system, so we have the textbooks. Even though, they provide these textbooks, but is it available? How many of these children they have access to this textbook, let alone the devices that can support their learning? Children are children, and 90% of their learning is visual, even though we have different learning styles for children. So if it's visual, how many of these visual resources and strategies are available to a Nigerian child? So the curriculum in Nigeria would work for a Nigerian child. So that's sometimes I hear. So while I was in my dissertation, after going through and comparing the two curriculum, and then I began to think that why not they bring the local pot, the cocoa. A child in Lagos will probably not know what cocoa means in Yoruba, would not know what cocoa means. Why not bring the old lanterns of several years ago? If a British curriculum is saying they are looking at vehicles of maybe say 30 years ago. They're looking at, the evolution of devices. They're looking at evolution of vehicles. We can do that. We can bring that into the classroom. So that's what, so if they are saying that, oh, there is no right or wrong curriculum, but for a Nigerian child, the curriculum is tailored to our culture, it's tailored to our environment. Whether or not it's working, we are all product of it, but I have always mentioned, for a child who works with a British curriculum, this is what the curriculum would help the child to do. For a Nigerian child, and I know most adults that are listening will say, oh, we crammed when we're growing up. We crammed our maths, we crammed our English, we even crammed further maths. So that was what was available. And our teachers tried. They only gave us what they were able to offer. But you can't compare your learning, that I'm sure, Grace, you can't compare your learning, your secondary school learning over 20 years ago to what is available in schools today.
I agree with you.
So I think they are just two different curriculum.
Okay, I agree with you. The involvement is everywhere, the change is everywhere. So while the world is changing, Nigeria as well is changing, and a lot of things are really changing. So we'll be taking a break shortly, but I just need to speak to this briefly. So I like the fact that you are not pushing one aside and taking the other up. So it's a good thing to know that we are a product of what we have, and it worked for us. If it didn't work at all, probably we wouldn't be here. You understand? Yeah. So I like that part. And I think I need to also speak a bit about bringing back history. Probably with history, those things you mentioned, you will have all of those little of all of that begin to come out, in history. And you get to have the younger ones, the children, learn all of these things. And if we can do that, because I think with the information I have in a bit, we don't have so much of history in school curriculum. You understand? Away from the early child schooling, talking about like secondary school and all of that. So except you are going to study history as a course. So if we can push all of that, it will help us more. So we don't forget where we are coming from, and everybody's looking at the outer world. We want to go to the UK, we want to learn from UK, we want to get to the US, we want to learn from the US and all of that. I think we need to do better. So let us go on a short break. More questions are with you, Joke. And thank you so much. We are staying here. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Across the globe, Nigerian learners are logging into a new world of opportunity with the digital platforms, erasing distance. Classrooms in every major city of the world are now just a click away, bringing global education right to their screens. For many Nigerians, the journey across borders, physical or digital, begins with the pursuit of better opportunities. Today, thousands attend global universities, earn international certifications, and collaborate with peers worldwide from home. At the same time, Nigerian educators are exporting knowledge through virtual tutoring, YouTube lectures, and global masterclasses, turning digital teaching into growing national assets. In these virtual spaces, Nigerians study alongside classmates from every region of the world, navigating new cultures and expectations while building resilience and confidence. Back home, the country's digital learning ecosystem, driven by education technology startups, coding bootcamps, and artificial intelligence, is boosting national competitiveness despite infrastructure challenges. The Nigerian diaspora is strengthening this rise, offering mentorship, scholarships, and global networks that expand access to world-class learning. Through webinars and new digital platforms, Diaspora professionals are enabling more Nigerians to participate fully in the global classroom, pushing the nation's influence across borders. Across borders, whether through migration or digital connections, Nigerians are shaping the future of global education. Their stories reflect ambition, adaptability, and a determination to teach, learn, and thrive in every corner of the world. I am Alice Patrick, and you're watching Across Borders.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us. This is Across Borders, and we have been having conversation here with Joke Oyadairo, who is a digital education. And of course, we have been looking at digital learning and how Nigerians are navigating, the platform, the global platform, to compete, to push their best, and of course, to be part of those doing great work across the globe. Joke, welcome back. So, like we're having this conversation before we went on that break, I want to ask you, how has your life abroad and online teaching shaped your identity? I think it's important to talk about identity, where you feel you belong and your connection to home.
Thank you. So I would say that first, before I got into the UK, I think the challenge is, I would say that there's a bit of identity issue. So yeah, where you feel like, oh, the abroad is better. Where you feel, oh, if an idea from a foreign country is way better than what you've got to offer. That's typical of that's what I used to believe. And then when I got into the UK, so there's this still the same issue of identity, thinking that, oh, what they have is better than what you have at home, or they are better than you. And the truth is, they are not in any way. I think the first thing is an identity issue. And I think most of us have rubbed that off on our children. Identity in the sense that what you have is great. What you have is good. Your country, your culture, your language, your skin tone, your race is great. This is who you are. So I think that is one thing that was a major issue when we look, or a major issue for immigrants. So getting here, thinking that your ideas are not valid, thinking that, oh, if I come up with this, will it fly? And then I had to sit down and I had to think about what was the major thing that brought you into the UK, that's my major purpose. I just want to support children to be confident learners. When a child is confident, that child can fly. That child is not intimidated. That child is not timid. That child can explore the world. So I had to bring back the child in me. And then I had to tell my child, my race is great. I'm from a fantastic country. My heritage is great. I have a lot to offer. And then I began to fly.
Okay.
And identity issue thinking.
Please go ahead. I'm with you.
Okay, so identity issue because you feel other country or where you are is better than where you are coming from. So I don't think it is. It's just a matter of different geographical location and different situations that they are dealing with. So the crisis they are facing in the UK is way different from what the challenges we have in Nigeria. So how was I able to navigate, or how am I still supporting myself to navigate all of this? Now, the issue is we are all born with a purpose. So, and like I always tell myself, so right here in the UK, I read a book. And the book says, that heed to that inner music. No one hears it more than you do. So even in a strange land, you still got to fulfill your purpose as a person. So for me, I had to get up and tell myself that You're here on a mission, and this is your purpose. So, and then I began to navigate my way through life and telling myself that purpose is key and my identity is fantastic. I'm a Nigerian, and this is what I've got to offer you. So while I was working as a nursery manager in Manchester, there were a lot of white colleagues, white parents, the Asians, and sometimes you feel, oh, if I say this, would it fly? And then it will get to a point where you have to face the reality, or you have to face parents and you're telling them you're standing your ground. You know what it means to stand your ground as a black person, and you're telling somebody it is wrong. So a lot of people, you'll be able to say that because if you haven't sought out your identity issue, you may not be able to stand up for yourself, stand up for what you truly believe, stand up for what is right. So that was the pivot, that was the paradigm shift for me, where I had to stand for what is right, and then I began to see things the way they truly are, be able to tell people this is yes and this is no. And why is it yes, why is it no? There are no wrong or right answer, but this is what I believe, this is what I feel is right. So, and until then, for every immigrant, you continue to have identity crisis until you're able to embrace your personality, embrace where you're from, embrace who you are.
Okay.
So that, yeah.
Okay, so I want to ask, do you think this has to do with timidity, like people feeling timid or low self-esteem? Does it have to do with low self-esteem in any way?
So I would say that first, I think childhood has a major, not because I'm an early childhood expert, but I would say that childhood plays a major role. An environment plays a major role. And a child who hasn't gone abroad, will feel everything in the abroad is better. A child who has an uncle who comes back and then gives great, and a child who has had narratives of the other country or this country is way better than this country. So if that child is coming into the UK, that child is believing that. So in the UK, if they are selling a concept to that child, they are selling an idea to you, because that child has an identity but hasn't really believed in that identity. And that's why a black child will tell you, so they ask us to talk about festivals. Imagine there's an aspect of the curriculum where children will talk about festivals in the UK. And some children can't even talk about festivals in Nigeria, where they're from. And then they're asking you, okay, so can you tell us about the festivals in Nigeria? Tell us about the festivals in Ghana. Tell us about the festival in Zimbabwe. Tell us about the festival in Pakistan. And then the child is looking. It's all childhood. It's all how we've been fed. If you're say in Nigeria, if a Nigerian child, myself as an adult, if I'm happy to talk about my Christmas in Nigeria without the Santa Claus, and I'm telling you how we used to use the Christmas lights and we have fun, how we use the so-called, we call it banga in Nigeria, right? So how we are happy, so this is festival, this is our identity, this is who we are, this is our childhood, so if someone does not come to the knowledge that this is my childhood, this is my upbringing, you can't pass it on to your children. And your child gets to school, the child is not able to say, these are the festivals in Nigeria.
Okay.
And we are happy to celebrate it. Yeah.
Okay. So because of our time, I think I'm just going to take one more question, and I don't mind if you do that in 1-2 minutes before you take your final notes. Data actually shows a significant and growing influence of Nigerian educators and entrepreneurs in EdTech, so both in Africa and globally, saying that Africans are doing well, okay? So how do you see this shaping Nigeria's digital education ecosystem and its global impact?
So I would say that now what you're asking me is the digital world and how it has shaped educators.
Yes, Africa. Nigeria is actually leading when it comes to Africa. It's leading the continent. Talking about EdTech initiatives, Nigeria is leading at the moment. So I am asking that, how do you see this shaping Nigeria's digital education. We still have the classrooms every day, you know, and all of that, and we are still struggling a bit with, you know, the virtual classes and all of that. But with this information, data showing that Nigeria is leading when it comes to Africa continent, I am asking, how do you see this improving the digital platform, learning platform for Nigeria?
Learning platform. So I think it's in education sector, I think we are growing, and that's the truth. There are a lot of schools that are incorporating digital devices into learning platforms. Even the state schools are doing the same. Yeah, state schools are doing the same. That a lot of state schools that have devices for children as we speak. I don't know about other states, but I can tell for, I don't want to call names, but I can tell for Lagos State, because when I was doing my dissertation, I had to do interviews, and then I heard that, so I was aware that, we have tablets for the children. It might not go around, it might not be enough. So, but I think we are growing. I think we'll get there. And there are a lot of teachers who are taking time out, they are struggling, they are, working so hard to improve themselves in digital devices. They are improving. So there are a lot of training. If you go online, you see that a lot of education body doing training for teachers on how to use different apps, on how to use different gadgets, on how to teach online. I think we are growing. I think we'll get there. It's a gradual thing, but I think we are doing amazing. Will I put a percentage to it? No. But I think most Nigerian teachers are, because an average Nigerian teacher teaches online. An average Nigerian teacher teaches online, probably as a side hustle or something. So I think it's just a matter of time. Give it time, we'll take the space.
All right. So lastly, I just wanted to share your thought on this. What do you see as the long-term role of Nigeria's diaspora educators in shaping global learning space?
Oh dear. But I would say, I said oh dear because a lot of Nigerian teachers we have talented, we have professional teachers, we have teachers who are doing really well in the UK, even in a physical classroom. So what I would say is, in years to come, it's not long, in 5 years from now, you would see Nigerians taking over the space of learning. It's just a matter of time, a matter of understanding the curriculum. Why do Nigerians in diaspora, look for teachers back in Nigeria to teach their children? Even though, some may understand the curriculum, some may not understand the curriculum, but because we are fighters, we are go-getters, we are innovators. We want to know, we are curious. An average Nigerian is curious. We want to learn more. So just give it time. In the next 5 years from now, you will see, because even in a physical classroom, Nigerians are beginning to go into the classroom. And it just takes, I know that there might be challenges here and there, but in the digital world, give it 5 years from now. Across board, when I mean across board, from the primary to the high school to college, you will see digital products, Nigerian digital products flying out there.
Okay. I want to say thank you very much, Joke Leah Oyadairo. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your insight. Thank you for your contribution. Like I mentioned earlier, that I hope that a lot of people are just, they've come together to get more awareness, around this topic. And I'm sure that you've been able to share some of this information. And what we probably don't know, or that we were thinking the other way around, you've been able to shed some light, to it. And I want to say thank you. We should have you again soon to talk about parenting in the diaspora. Yes, I'll get in touch. Once again, I say thank you and have a beautiful day.
Thank you for having me, Grace. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. And this is our Cross Borders. We're actually calling it a wrap here. We've been talking with Joke Oyadairo, who is the founder of Safe Kid Foundation. And of course, she's been able to dissect education in her own perspective, in her own way, which has to do with digital learning, of course, the field where she's been operating. I want to say that as we explore the evolving world of digital learning and the remarkable ways Nigerians are shaping classrooms across the globe, it is important to have all of this information, at the back of our mind, from migration journeys to digital teaching, cross-cultural engagement and diaspora contribution, opportunities, and the shared responsibility of educators navigating the global room. I want to say a very big thank you to everyone who have been part of the show today. And until next time, I will be coming your way. Do not forget to follow us via our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel at SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komolafe. I see you some other time. Do have a great day.
Across the globe, Nigerian learners are logging into a new world of opportunity with the digital platforms, erasing distance. Classrooms in every major city of the world are now just a click away, bringing global education right to their screens. For many Nigerians, the journey across borders, physical or digital, begins with the pursuit of better opportunities. Today, thousands attend global universities, earn international certifications, and collaborate with peers worldwide from home. At the same time, Nigerian educators are exporting knowledge through virtual tutoring, YouTube lectures, and global masterclasses, turning digital teaching into growing national assets. In these virtual spaces, Nigerians study alongside classmates from every region of the world, navigating new cultures and expectations while building resilience and confidence. Back home, the country's digital learning ecosystem, driven by education technology startups, coding bootcamps, and artificial intelligence, is boosting national competitiveness despite infrastructure challenges. The Nigerian diaspora is strengthening this rise, offering mentorship, scholarships, and global networks that expand access to world-class learning. Through webinars and new digital platforms, diaspora professionals are enabling more Nigerians to participate fully in the global classroom, pushing the nation's influence across borders. Across borders, whether through migration or digital connections, Nigerians are shaping the future of global education. Their stories reflect ambition, adaptability, and a determination to teach, learn, and thrive in every corner of the world. I am Alice Patrick, and you're watching Across Borders.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the US approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women once were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, That means I've indirectly approved the 1999 Constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 Constitution it has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this Constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has its advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of these state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the Macpherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Osun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Osun State, we had quite a number of youths who were unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing, in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's Laboratory and Product Development Unit for Pharmacy Internship Program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short term. It's not sustainable. only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Let's begin. The federal government has proposed a 54.43 trillion budget for 2026, targeting 50.74 trillion in revenue and projecting a 4.68% GDP growth rate. The Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, disclosed that the framework is based on a conservative oil benchmark of $64.85 per barrel and an exchange rate of 1,512 naira to the dollar. Debt servicing alone is expected to consume 15.91 trillion naira. However, economists have flagged the record 20.10 trillion budget deficit as a major risk to Nigeria's macroeconomic stability. They warn that growing borrowing needs, coupled with rising interest rates, could stifle investment, fuel inflation, and deepen hardship for citizens. The continued delay in Nigeria's budget calendar, combined with heavy debt servicing pressure, may hinder the effectiveness of planned capital projects and crowd out private sector credit, further complicating the country's fragile recovery path heading into 2026. The Central Bank of Nigeria has maintained the monetary policy rate, MPR, at 27% for the fourth time this year, signaling a cautious approach as inflation slows and macroeconomic conditions improve. Inflation eased to 16.05% with stronger reserves and more stable exchange rates, supporting the bank's decision to hold rates steady. The CBN explained that previous tightening measures are still filtering through the economy, and further policy easing will depend on continued progress in disinflation and exchange rate stability. Despite improvements, it flagged ongoing risk for domestic liquidity expansion, global uncertainties, and persistent food supply disruptions. Analysts and stakeholders largely welcomed the move, but emphasized the need for eventual rate cuts to lower borrowing costs and stimulate investment, especially among small businesses battling high financing burdens. They urged the bank to balance price stability with growth as Nigeria navigates its post-tightening recovery phase. The Zamfara state government has said the Gusau International Airport project will serve as a catalyst for investment and economic growth across the state and northern Nigeria. The Commissioner for Works, Lawal Barau Bungudu, stated that construction remains on schedule, with key infrastructure expected to be completed by January 2026. According to project engineers, the airport's terminal buildings are nearing completion, while the fire station has reached 50% progress. The control tower stands at 60% readiness. The 3.4-kilometer runway, a critical component, is now 80% complete, with a February 2026 target for 90% completion. Bungudu emphasized that the airport will boost investor confidence, open trade corridors, and enhance connectivity to the region. The state government is counting on the infrastructure to position Zamfara as a key player in aviation-linked commerce, security logistics, and regional development. The UK's energy regulator, OFGEM, has approved £28 billion in upfront payment for electricity gas grid upgrades, part of a broader £90 billion investment strategy extending to 2031. The funds will support the integration of new wind farms, data centers, and green infrastructure, but come with a cost. Annual networking charges will rise by £108 per household. Now, while the investment is seen as crucial for achieving energy transition goals and meeting rising demand, it risks undermining government promises of lowering energy bills. The increase adds pressure to households already grappling with inflation and high living costs. Analysts say the move reflects the difficult balance between building future-ready infrastructure and ensuring present-day affordability. Despite official reassurances, experts caution consumers to brace for higher bills in the coming years, especially as the UK accelerates to shift to renewable energy. European equities rose on Thursday, buoyed by growing expectations of a U.S. Federal Reserve rate cut, as recent data signaled cooling in the American labor market. The SOUQ Europe 600 index edged up 0.3% in early London trading, reflecting improved investor confidence. Auto and technology shares led the rally after Bank of America upgraded Mercedes-Benz and Porsche, signaling optimism for the sector. In contrast, utilities and consumer staples lagged as investors shifted towards growth-oriented sectors. Analysts noted that expectations of monetary easing in the U.S. could help sustain momentum in European markets, especially amid weak global demand and cautious corporate outlooks. A potential Fed cut may also ease pressure on the European Central Bank to act aggressively, providing breathing room for Eurozone economies in 2026. Thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a Global Future Market Insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government government. Indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Hello and welcome to another episode on Cashcraft, the show that helps you see business where others see problems. Today, we're talking about plastic waste recycling, a hustle that's turning pollution into profit. Without taking much of your time today, let's dive straight into it. We start with the steps. Step 1, start with collection. Plastic is everywhere. Sachets, bottles, packaging. But for business, PET bottles are gold. Start by partnering with waste pickers, shops, schools, or run your own buyback point. Now you're going to offer incentives. It could be 100 naira per kilogram, depending on location and type. You need to do research on that actually. So once collected, bottles must be sorted by color and type. So you know, clean, clear bottles fetch more money. So pay attention. Let's go to step 2. Clean, crush, cash, nests. What am I talking about? Wash them, remove caps and labels, then crush or shred them into flakes using a plastic crusher. These flakes are what buyers, local or export, actually want. Now, clean, well-sorted flakes commands better prices. Think 200 to 350 naira per kilogram depending on quality. So with a semi-automatic line, you can process up to 1 ton daily. That's real volume and real money. Let's go to step 3. You need to know your market, your buyers, including local manufacturers or plastics textile companies. And even exporters, that's very important. You never can tell. Some flakes are shipped to India, China, Vietnam, or reused here in Nigeria to make buckets, chairs, or even new bottles. So let me give you a pro tip. You need to form relationships with aggregators or industrial buyers. And if you can process into pellets or fiber, your margins jump like boom. So step 4, add value, add impact. Don't just collect, create. Now some entrepreneurs now turn waste into tiles, paving bricks, and designer bags. I tell you, a lot is happening with recycling bottles. So you reduce plastic pollution and you add jobs while doing it. Step 5, learn the rules. This business is tied to regulations. So register with local waste authorities, and if you plan to export, get listed with NAFDAC or the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Now complying means credibility and access to big opportunities. Recycler, na bottle we dey see everywhere, gutter, road, market, but with correct machine, you fit make better money. The work dey stressful, but if you no lazy, e go pay. Of course, there are challenges: dirty waste, poor sorting, market fluctuation. Sometimes power supply slows down operations, but where others see nuisance, you should see niche. It's a dirty business with clean money. So here is your takeaways. Plastic recycling isn't just about helping the environment. It's a smart hustle. It's scalable, impactful, and already reshaping communities. From bottle to bank account, plastic is profit if you know the game. And I am Grace Komalafe. I'm here reminding you that waste is only waste when you waste it. Until next time, keep crafting your cash.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You know, here we'll break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and tell the African stories differently. Every day across Africa, millions of women push through pain, hormonal imbalance, stress, and burnout silently. They show up for families, workplaces, and communities, often with little support and even less understanding. But what if women didn't have to struggle through it alone? What if wellness could be predictable, personalized, and empowering? Once again, welcome to Just Africa. I am Omivi Idolo, and I'll be doing this alone today. You understand? So when we talk periods, hormones, burnout, tech, innovation, and the real stories women are living with every single day, this is the real conversation. This is a conversation for every woman, every man who loves a woman, every workplace, and every African building a healthier future. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we will be meeting our special guest on today's show. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Yes, the title for today's episode is Her Health, Her Power, Reshaping Women's Well-Being in Africa. And our guest today is Muji Beckomson. I hope I pronounced that well. She is the founder of Femme Health Companion, a new kind of women's health system designed to stand by women, not overwhelm them. You understand? So Muji has been named one of the top 50 voices in African tech, and she's leading a movement that is simple, honest, and rooted in solidarity. Hello, Muji. Welcome to the show.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's so good to see you, and you look beautiful.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go straight to our conversation. We're talking about women's health, we're talking about their periods, we're talking about burnout, we're talking about so many things today. On a woman to woman, we understand what we're talking about. So take us back a bit. What moment in your life made you say, enough, women deserve better health care than this? At what moment?
Thank you for that question and for this conversation. So like you said, something really important, and today I really hope it goes beyond woman to woman and women to the rest of the world, because 1.8 billion people menstruate every month around the world, and it's a global conversation, something that people should all talk about and be interested in, right? And personally, I have had my own share of women's health struggles. I, as a teenager, I started menstruating a bit earlier than my peers, and I knew nothing about it. I know my mother used to tell me that you will soon menstruate and do this and do that, but when it finally happened, I felt lost. And I continued to deal with the changes in my body, you know, the cramps, the period cramps, and all the other symptoms, until at some point around last year, I started to meet a doctor and talk about, or rather complain about my struggles. Now, prior to this, I've never talked about my menstrual symptoms with a medical doctor. I've never sought professional help. I thought it was normal. I mean, we all thought it is normal to experience all this pain every month and all that. And so I sat in the doctor's office, and after I narrated my ordeal, he just smiled at me and said, just get pregnant and escape it. And that was the moment of truth for me. I mean, I told you everything I'm dealing with. You're looking at a girl in her 20s and you're saying just get pregnant and escape it, right? So is this what it is? This is what women's health is all about? Reduced to pregnancy, or maybe get married, or when you have a boyfriend. These are the things that women hear every day. And when I heard that, it troubled me. I went back and I knew that this is not the system that I want my daughters to be born into, right? And then I started talking about it, and I thought I was the only one. But I had another interview, and when I mentioned this experience, the interviewer broke down in tears. And she found out that many women have similar experiences with doctors, feeling dismissed, told that their pain is normal, that they should just get pregnant. And we have completely reduced women's health to reproduction. So that experience with a doctor was what really pushed me to begin to learn more about women's health, have more conversations with women, and then I built firm.
Wow. Okay, now the question is, what did you feel would happen if, when you got to that point of breaker, when you got to that point and you felt that this is something different from usual? What was your major fear that if there is no solution at this point in time, this might happen to me? What was the major fear?
Yeah, I mean, my fear was not even about me specifically. What really bothered me was that this was normalized. I mean, I would figure it out myself. I've been figuring it out all these years, right? So my pain was not really that serious. If you want to weigh it based on what we call normal pain and very serious pain. I know people who faint and pass out and are hospitalized from period pain, right? So my fear was that this will continue. My fear was that I'm going to have a daughter one day and tell her that this is normal and there's no solution and just deal with it, basically. So as a medical laboratory scientist in the medical field, if I can have a colleague, a doctor say this to me, then my fear was, imagine what another woman who knows nothing about anything will hear, right? Imagine what that woman will have to deal with. And I knew that we had to do something differently. I mean, we cannot have a complete 360 change overnight, but we need to start making much more efforts in supporting women.
Okay, so you said the system often makes women broken. Now, many women do not understand the word broken here. So for the average African that is listening right now, can you paint a picture of what that looks like in real life when you say broken?
Yeah, so I have to use myself as an example. And for many other women, broken is when you wake up in the middle of the night, rolling on the floor probably, looking for hot water to literally boil your belly and your waist and your thighs because you're struggling from terrible pains. And then you search the internet and you see nothing that really connects with you, right? So brokenness, and it's beyond menstrual health, it's about women's health generally. For an African woman who is struggling to stay healthy, feeling broken is when you cannot afford the protein supplements or the protein shakes that you see on the internet, that you have your influencers display, but you wish you could be healthy too. But it feels like that kind of that level of healthcare is not meant for you, right? So broken is looking at yourself every day, losing your confidence, losing your peace, not living fully because you are silent about your pain, because there's no one to listen to you. I cannot even begin to list all the things that I've heard women tell me about their experiences in the hospitals. That is from professionals as opposed to look after us, right? So sometimes I just forget about that and we focus on the things around us. So when you have a woman who would like to lose weight or who would like to just keep fit, but she cannot afford to go to the gym every morning because she has to drop her kids in school. She has to take care of the home. And then as per society standards, someone who doesn't go to the gym every day, who doesn't take 1,000 steps, who doesn't drink 4 bottles of water is not healthy enough. So broken is seeing yourself disconnected from your own healthcare because you feel like you cannot meet up to the standards or because you feel like there's no place for you there. Meanwhile, it should not be so. So beyond menstrual health, beyond feeling dismissed, beyond feeling that having your symptoms downplayed, beyond having to struggle alone, struggle in silence, deal with pains, deal with symptoms that you don't have an explanation for throughout your life, basically. Broken is also when you feel disconnected from being healthy, living as your full potential because you feel like it's unattainable based on your own context.
Thank you so much, Muju, for breaking it down to everyone's understanding. And I believe that our male counterparts, they are also learning from this. But there is something, I want to ask a question concerning this brokenness. Some women have internalized it to the point that they no longer understand their bodies. They just feel, it is my body, and they feel worried about this brokenness. Is there something that they need to do to help them come out of that state of brokenness every time, especially at that time of the month?
Yeah. So in my journey of building firm, basically, I've realized that most women don't really need a solution, an immediate quick fix, right? They just need a validation. They just need somebody to say, what you're feeling is true. What you're feeling it happens, right? You're not alone. You're not crazy, because we have been taught to believe that if we talk about our or maybe our period pains, we are being over dramatic. We are overreacting. It happens to everybody. So why are you acting crazy? Why are you complaining so much? So sometimes most women are not even looking for a way to escape the menstrual pain, like the doctor told me. You just need to be validated. You just need to hear you're not alone. What you're dealing with, it's not who you are, right? So that validation does almost more than half of the work, right? But when women are not validated, it makes it harder to even find a way out, because they already feel like this is normal and there's something wrong with me. My body is fighting against me. Maybe I'm cursed or something. Why am I struggling? My other partner not struggling? And then it's really sad when we have even fellow women downplay other women's symptoms.
Yeah.
I shared a post on LinkedIn a while ago about reducing the shame in seeing women with sanitary pads, right? So why would a woman be in a midst of other people and need to change her pad, and then it feels like she's going through the walk of shame? She has to find a way to hide it and sneak out as if she's holding a bomb, also kind of contraband. And you won't believe that a woman reached out to me and said, why should we complain about it? That's what happens to us. That's how our mothers did it. And you're not the only one that menstruates. So you can imagine when you grow up or live all through your life having your feelings invalidated, there is no kind of solution that's going to help you, because mentally you're already in a cage, right? Yeah. You already feel like there's something wrong with you, and something's wrong with your body. So the first step is validation. Women just need to be seen and be understood.
Okay, thank you very much, Muji. Now, we've talked about the brokenness, we've talked about your journey, or what inspired you to building the firm companion. Now, some persons still don't understand the causes behind menstrual pains. People just feel it is natural, but some persons have a different mindset about this. Some persons feel by the time you take excess sugar, or maybe before your period starts, those are the causes of your pains. So many misconceptions when it comes to menstrual pains. As a laboratory scientist, what do you think is the cause of pain, natural or for the woman for that period, that time of the month? And how can these pains be reduced?
Yes. So first of all, it's not out of this world to experience period pain. It's actually a natural process, right? And when it calls for concern is when the menstrual pain or symptoms affect your normal life. It's okay to feel a little discomfort here and there because your endometrium is shedding every month, right? And so percent of that shedding will lead to a little bit of cramps. But when you're having the pains in such a way that you can't go to work, you can't go to school, some people cannot move, some people faint, and get hospitalized. Some people cannot live without painkillers. They are on drugs every month for period pain, right? That's when it become something disturbing. And for those kind of pain that is beyond normal, most times there could be underlying conditions like endometriosis, PCOS, fibroids. And because we don't talk about pain, first of all, we don't talk about menstruation, we can't even get to the point of diagnosing the underlying cause because nobody talks about what they're feeling. We just think that every kind of pain is normal. So no matter how bad it gets, I was told it's normal. This is what happens every month, so I just deal with it. But some women, in fact, it takes about 10 to 15 years for a woman to get diagnosed with endometriosis because nobody talks about it, nobody cares about it. And then when you ask what causes endometriosis, you hear that we don't really know the cause. We can't place the cause. There's no cure because there is also little research in women's health. Till today, we don't have a definitive cause for fibroids or endometriosis or PCOS. It's just assumptions here and there. Maybe it's genetics, maybe it's this, because there's little research on these issues, little funding to these issues, and then we just think it's normal for women to suffer. So first of all, the pains you're feeling, the intense pain is not normal. You should definitely advocate for yourself and keep insisting on getting checked on, and getting support.
All right, thank you very much, Muji. Now, let's go back to Fem Health Companion. What is it all about? Because some persons are hearing about Fem for the first time on this show. So I want you to let our viewers understand what Fem is into.
Yeah, so Fem is basically my answer to, or my rebellion to the system that dismissed my pain and dismissed my symptoms. And what we are creating is something that is simple, modular, human, and friendly, that just, like the name implies, companion, that just walks with women through every month, through the hard days, the good days, the easy days, through the period symptoms, through the brain fog, the fatigue, through the anxiety, the feeling alone. So Fem is not just a health companion, it's also an emotional companion, because like I said, the emotional aspect of women's health is largely ignored, right? And so Fem is just there to validate you every day, tell you that you're not alone, and then support you with something you can do every day to feel better. Because lifestyle also has a major role to play in menstrual health and healthcare generally. At least for now, we know that if you exercise often, you eat healthy, you try to regulate your nervous system, manage stress, it could help your overall well-being and also your period symptoms and everything else. So even hormonal imbalances can be managed by lifestyle. So Fem does that as well as support them emotionally and then be like a lifestyle companion. And the difference with Fem is that it makes it simple and easy because we are so used to being under pressure. We are so used to, you go to the doctor, you get a list of instructions. You check online, you see unrealistic standards that you cannot even achieve in a day as a busy woman, right? So Fem creates something, a plan that suits your life, so that no matter how busy you are, no matter how tired or stressed out you are, every day you can show up for yourself in a way that compounds over time and makes you feel better.
Okay, so there are so many misconceptions about a woman's body when it comes to menstrual period. And I believe that Fem is trying to correct some of these misunderstandings. So what is the biggest misunderstanding that Fem is correcting right now as regarding a woman's body generally?
The biggest misunderstanding is not even about the science or what goes on inside. It's the toxic positivity. There's a lot of toxic positivity in women's health. If you check many popular blogs on women's health online. You see, you're a boss, be strong, show up every day no matter what. And women are dying. And somebody's telling them that they should keep showing up. We are obsessed with, there's nothing wrong with being strong, right? Or being an empowered woman, but at what cost? And you don't have to be a superwoman every day. Some days your body just needs you to rest. You don't need to fix anything. You don't need to cure anything. Just relax, right? But the internet, in fact, the world is filled with a lot of toxic positivity regarding women's health, pushing women to go beyond their limits because we're trying to prove that we are powerful and we are strong. Meanwhile, we are just human first before we become anything, right?
Exactly.
So FEM tried to correct that mindset by promoting rest, by promoting mindfulness, so that women are not under unnecessary pressure to prove what does not need to be proven, right? And just listen to their bodies. When your body wants to relax, just relax. You don't need to be a superhero because you're not. You're a woman and you need to rest.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Muji, because I'm enjoying this conversation, honestly speaking. Okay, so I will take you back to the traditional misconceptions that are going around the menstrual cycle. For instance, you gave one that because you are having pains, you should go and give birth. I have heard a guy telling a young lady that the reason you are having pain is because you are not so involved in sexual activity. You are not so involved with a man. That's why you are having pains. And some persons traditionally also believe that if you are having pains or you are in that time of the month, you shouldn't be in certain places. You shouldn't even cook for a man. So, looking at our traditional setting, our culture, some forbids women from going to church. And these are things that stops the girl child from doing certain things that she really wants to do, that makes her feel uncomfortable when she is in her period, that period of time. So now tell me, what do you think we need to do about our traditional setting, about our culture, about our mindset when it comes to having periods? How do we change the narrative?
This is a very, very funny question because I've heard a lot. I've heard a whole lot. When I have this conversation with women, I hear different kind of things. And someone was even told to go and get a boyfriend as her treatment plan for endometriosis. So I don't know where we get all these ideas from. And like you said, it has a lot to do with tradition and culture. Women on their periods being seen as unclean, and that stigma around. The problem is that we see it as unclean. We see women's health as unclean, women's periods as unclean. So that stigma around it has crept into schools, work, and everywhere, right? And so people just feel like with that time of the month you are a strange being, right? And so it's doing us much more harm than good because we cannot talk about it. We cannot solve the problems around it. We don't even know what women are going through. So we need to really invest in menstrual education from childhood, not from secondary school, from childhood, from primary school. Like I said, 1.8 billion people menstruate every month. That's a global health issue. It cannot be swept under the carpet, right? So why would somebody think that you should get pregnant when you're on your period? I've been told that a lot. And these are medical professionals. I've even been told this by people from the village. Doctors and nurses have this mindset. So you see that it's even beyond the hospitals. It's what an average child grew up hearing from home. And that's what they took into the world. And then I think we need to train our boys better.
Okay.
They don't need to fully understand what is going on in our bodies, but they just need to not downplay it, right? You don't know a lot about it to know if it is true or false. Because till today, there are men that still believe that women don't experience any pain. We are just pretending to get attention. There are men that believe that.
Yeah.
So the first step is education. Honestly, we cannot have a complete change overnight, but we can start now by teaching. When I was in secondary school and primary school, I was never taught about menstruation. I don't remember about it, you know. I know that we talked about it during reproduction, maybe it was just mentioned once or twice, but like really taught, this is what's happening, this is why it happens, it's normal. We didn't hear anything. So what do you expect these children to grow up and think? They will listen to whatever tales they were told by their grandparents, who were primitive people in the village and had their own ideas and beliefs, right? So we have to reshape the narrative, have more of these conversations, and just look forward to a future that is more inclusive.
All right, thank you very much, Muji. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, the conversation with Muji will continue. Stay with us.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and please subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa. Of course, share, like, comment, and some of your comments will be read during the live show. And we'll be having this robust conversation with Muji, and she has been talking about FEM. She's the founder of FEM Health Companion, talking about the woman's body. It is something that she has created that makes the woman's menstrual cycle, menstrual period, to be easier for the woman. And of course, she's not holding it down for just the women, but everyone, especially the men at their workplaces, at home, and everywhere. Muji, welcome back to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, before we went on break, you were talking about the boy child or the involvement of men in a woman's affairs when it comes to her menstrual cycle. Right now, like you rightly said, right from the primary school, nothing is taught about the woman's body, especially when it comes to her period. Now, this is something that is very important. Reason being that these days we've seen girls of 8 years, 9 years, and 10. In fact, 8, 9 menstruating while they're still in primary school. And yet, nobody is talking about it. And the boy child sees some, not every boy child, some boys and men, even at home and at workplaces, see a woman who is in her period as there is a way they normally say them. I do not want to use the word that is coming to my head right now. So what do you think we need to do for the boy child to support the sister at home, for the man to support the wife at home, for the child in primary school to understand that menstrual periods are natural when it comes to a woman?
Yes. So one of the reasons why advocacy is important generally is because silence normalizes the bias, silence normalizes the wrongs, and whenever something is happening and we know that this should change, but we stay silent, it means we have normalized it. And they say anything you allow, you accept, right? And so it starts first of all with beyond the parents talking about it and beyond the schools educating children, us as women, us as mothers, us as girls, we need to advocate for ourselves, right? They say this is a women's problem, so we need to find a women's solution. So as a mother, you have a daughter who is menstruating, and when she's on her period, maybe she gets stained. You don't have to rush and go and hide so that her brothers do not see that, right? Rather than educating the boys, you're going to be your sister when she's on her period, you know, this is what happens to girls, so it's not a big deal. It's normal. She's not dirty. Nothing. When I started menstruating, the first time I saw my period, I was screaming and crying because I thought I was sick because I was bleeding. And then I had a cousin, also a young girl like me, who was a bit older, but she also caught the taboo about periods. So for some reason, a fellow girl could not talk to me openly about what's going on with me. Instead, she was laughing and saying, "Oh, I'm going to die. I'm bleeding. I'm going to die." And so it was a lot of drama. All of that could have been avoided if we had the basic education, even within the home, right? So as mothers, it starts from us first of all. Do you talk to your children about menstruation? Okay, you talk to your daughter. What about your son? When your daughter on her period and then your son sees a sanitary pad in the house, do you rush and hide it? Rather than tell him this is what it is for. It's not a problem, it's normal. But every time you hide the pad from your male child, every time you make your daughter hide when she's stained, you are normalizing the shame around it. And that boy will grow up and see a girl with a pad and think something about her because that's what he saw growing up, right? He will grow up and see a girl stained and think, she's dirty, don't come near me. Yeah. So it starts with the home. Well, we can always advocate for us to have the education in schools, but I feel like the way we can achieve more sustainable menstrual education is from the home, from the mothers. Talk to your daughters, educate your children. If we break the taboo around it at home, I think it will even be easier for the schools to educate the children better, and then they just grow with that understanding that it is normal and women should be supported rather than pushed aside.
Wow, thank you very much. Okay, so you've been named the top 50 African voices when it comes to tech, and that's a big one for you. So how can technology makes a woman's health feels warmer, better? How do we apply technology to all these conversations that we'll be having?
Yes. Thank you very much. And when I started FEM, my goal was to innovate based on necessity, not just what is possible. Because these days we have a lot of people, tech basically is mostly about what is possible. What are the new cool features, what's the next fancy app, what's the next fancy gadget, like what is possible, what can we do to prove that we can do it, and not necessarily for what do people really need. So we have a lot of health apps, a lot of health gadgets that people don't use because they don't really need them that much. We have people, getting investors, getting funded, building apps that people stop using after 3 weeks. So I feel like if we do technology wisely, putting people at the center and innovate for what is necessary, not just what is possible, then we can achieve a lot more health equity. Because in women's health and women empowerment generally, we are focused on equality, equal opportunities, equal access. But then we forget the elephant in the room is equity. Because even if we have access to the same thing, some people cannot reach it because of their own context.
Yes.
But then equity brings it to each person, right? So equality is like we keep an apple tree here and say, okay, we open all the gates. Everybody go and get as much as you want. That's equality. Equal access. Everybody is free to go and get whatever they want. But then equity looks at the woman who cannot see clearly, the woman who cannot walk, the woman who cannot climb the tree, the one who is disabled, right? All these people have equal access, but they cannot get the apples because of their different contexts. So if we build tech with equity in mind, we can be able to reach women where they are, in their context, in their realities. We don't just build for the ideal woman and assume that every woman can afford a fancy gadget. No matter how great the tech is, every woman has the time to get an Apple Watch and track her movements. We can't assume that every woman even understands how to track her cycle and use a cycling app. We can't assume that every woman has all the time in the day to go to the gym or to walk, take 1,000 steps or eat healthy 3 times a day. So if we build for women's health with equity in mind, we can reach each woman where they are and create more options so that the woman who does not have who is not digitally privileged, who cannot use a fancy gadget or app, is not left behind. The woman who is busy, the mom who has children to take care of, to take to school, who has a tight schedule at the office, right, is not left out. So there is something for everybody, and we can promote women's health and help women to live better, no matter their context, right? So I think that what we need to do as the tech industry, right, as a system, is to build for people in mind, build with context, and not just build out of possibility.
Okay. Now, you're talking about tech now. You're talking about apps. We've talked about some gadgets that may not be easily accessible to every woman, but are there some gadgets or apps or whatever it is that some women, or that is easily accessible to women without breaking the banks, that any woman on the streets can easily afford to track her period or to make her feel better for her during her menstrual cycle?
Yes, of course. There's a lot of products on the internet that women can use without buying gadgets. There are apps for mental health. There are apps for tracking your cycles. And there are apps for even tracking your hormonal symptoms and all of that. Even telemedicine app where you can have a virtual chat with a doctor, right? But then the thing is, while there are apps, not every woman is digitally savvy. So women don't even know how to send an email, unfortunately. So not everybody can deal with the complex dashboards. So the first time I encountered with a tracking app, I was confused as a teenager. Not everybody knows exactly what they are dealing with. So we have a user interface that is built for, that seems like you're working for somebody that has a PhD in computer science. And some apps are difficult to use, difficult to understand, difficult to figure out. And so for a woman who's already stressed out, who's already burnt out, do you expect her to devote the time she doesn't have to figuring out an app? And then again, aside from having the apps, a lot of healthcare is built on pressure and unrealistic standards. Either you do this today or maybe you're failing. We're able to take 1,000 steps a day. You know, women are under a lot of pressure to meet up with so many standards. And when they begin to feel guilty, they push back. I stopped using an app because my streak kept on ending, and I was tired of starting the streak every day. So it felt like I was being scored, and if I cannot meet up to this, then I'm not doing enough, or I don't care about my health enough, and so I just let go completely. So we need to also, even though we put in mind finances, even though we put in mind urban women, people who have the tools or who can afford it or not, what about their schedules? So we have to build for every single person down to the smallest reality. As something as little as a busy schedule can affect her health outcome, right? So we have to build for the busy women. We have to build for those that have all the time. We have to build for the woman who is unenthusiastic. Not everybody is excited about running down the streets or going to the gym. So if I don't feel like going to the gym today, how can I still shop for myself? So we have to do something for all those women and not just create the ideal product and expect women to fit into it. Then we are going to lose them because they feel withdrawn and they feel more disconnected from their health. So instead of tech bringing women closer to health support, we are creating more bridges and making them feel like they don't belong or they cannot attain these health standards.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand this tech. I understand some of these things that works, and it's very beautiful. And I love the fact that you said everyone is being put into considerations when some of those apps are being designed. Now, let's move to the rural sector. Now, when we talk about apps and some of these things, we just focus in the urban area, the cities. Let's move to the village, or the villages where they do not have access to internet. Some of them don't have access to lights or to power, and they do not even have an idea. Now, some persons recommend you have to take a certain herb, you have to mix this, you have to mix that, combine herbs together and take, and of course, the pain is gone and all that. Those women, what do you have to tell them? Do you encourage them to go on with the herbs they are consuming without knowing if there are repercussions or if they'll cause damages in their body? And now, since they do not have access to light or to some of these gadgets and apps, what would you advise them to do?
Yeah. So the bigger problem here is, why do we have a community that does not have access to light in 2025? Right? So
yeah, we are in Africa. This is Nigeria, so a lot happens.
Back to the system at large, a system that does not put people first in anything. These are the things that you end up struggling with, right? Because for those women who cannot even watch this interview right now and understand what we're talking about,
yes,
right? It's left for us as a society to really make up our minds, because it's not impossible to reach them. It's not impossible to support them. It's, are we willing? Are we willing to do it? Are we willing to maybe have them get SMS messages the same way you get messages from MTN or Glo every day about this and that? Is there a way we can reach the ones that even have the touchlight phones with simple messages every day, or even once a week? There are a lot of those things that can be done by the health ministries or organizations that invest in women's health. Because of course it's unfair to focus on urban women. We are still leaving out a large population behind. So while we have to wait for the government, of course, to try and get access to lights and electricity in all those areas, I think a great idea is to have willing organizations try to use, I talked about it before, using text messages to reach women who don't have internet connections, right? And then liaising with healthcare centers, have a little bit of pamphlets, just something that they can see. Because the first step is awareness. Let them just know that this exists. There's another way to do things. And of course, I don't recommend taking any herbs without doctor's prescription because there's a whole lot that you don't know
But
about.
they tell you that was what our forefathers or that was what our foreparents did. And it worked for them. And so they want to follow same. So with our doctor then, and they were taking it.
That we always hear about the ones that work and not really about the ones that don't work or have adverse side effects. For everything, there's more publicity for the good side, not the bad side. So we also look at the ones that did not work and weigh it. Because I hear a lot of cases where people take these herbs and end up with other complications, right?
Sure.
So we need to talk about that too and educate them more. And also, again, we should not have any part of the country that does not have lights because it's unfair. So many things cannot work there. So,
okay, thank you very much, Muji. Now, what do you think is the worst case, or what is the worst that can happen due to menstrual pain, menstrual cramps? I had a roommate in my university days that every month while we were in school, we must end up at a health center, the school health center, every month. It was a routine. Every roommate, every one of us, we prepare our minds for that time of the month. Then a few weeks back, I bashed into her when I traveled and we were involved in a conversation, and she told me that her womb was removed even after 2 children as a result of this pain, of this menstrual pain. And this was someone that was told that by the time you start having children, everything will be fine and all that. Now, after 2 children, the pain was still there, and they had to remove her womb to end the pain. What do you think the menstrual pain was one of the causes, or was that the major cause? And what other devastating effect can happen as a result of menstrual pain?
yeah. So, like I said, first of all, it's not abnormal to experience a little pain here and there. But that kind of pain you described, where she has to get hospitalized, is definitely something to look into. And it's unfortunate that we don't have what it takes yet to really support women from the beginning of this kind of struggles, because I know people who have struggled a lot are still struggling. In secondary school, I had classmates who used to faint as well and be rushed to the hospital on her period, and we thought it was normal. So because we think it's normal, we just keep ignoring it until it develops into something much more serious. Most women end up getting diagnosed with endometriosis, after long years of enduring so much pain. So most of the time, it's an underlying condition. It could be hormonal imbalance. It could be fibroids. I know someone who had her womb removed as well. She kept on bleeding, being in so much pain. I thought it was okay. She would go to the hospital and be told just to rest. It happens. That's how women bleed every month until it became so serious. By the time they found out that it was fibroid, her already suffered for so long, they had to remove her womb. So the first thing to do, honestly, it could be a lot of things. Like I said, most of the time, those intense pain has an underlying condition because it is not normal to faint at all. But the problem is that there is little research to all these issues, and nobody really knows, except you meet, maybe you advocate for yourself and insist on being thoroughly checked, or you are lucky enough to meet a professional who has empathy and just really wants to help you, right? Because someone told me that she was having fibroids, her belly was, swelling up and protruding. And when she went to a doctor, the doctor asked her, has she used the toilet today? So you can imagine getting that kind of response from a doctor. So what do you expect those women to do? They will just go back home and keep on managing it. So it's so important for us to advocate for ourselves. If you're feeling those kind of pains that wreck your day, you're fainting, go to hospital and keep insisting on being checked. Keep insisting on being checked. It can be an ultrasound, but they have to check you, and then, continue to advocate for yourself. Because if you keep quiet, you suffer in silence, and like you said, it can lead to infertility. Women these days are battling infertility because of PCOS. And this PCOS started as irregular periods that was not attended to. They did not figure it out fast till they got married and are struggling for a child, right? So advocate for yourself and continue to insist. And we need to keep insisting on more research and more funding, because there is.
Hello, Muji, are you there? Okay, we'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, Muji will still be talking about hormonal imbalances, periods, and burnouts, and she'll be talking about the places how employers handle employees, women, when they go through this challenge at that time of the month, and everything that they have to know. Muji will be bringing them to us just after this break. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. We'll be having this robust and interesting conversation with Muji since 12 p.m. If you're just joining us, please try and join us earlier next time. And of course, follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Yes, Muji, welcome back to the show. Okay, so can you hear me? Hello, Muji.
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So we've been having these conversations around the home, around the school, and other places. Now let's bring it down to our place of work. Women burn out due to hormonal imbalances and menstrual cycles and all that at places of work, and at some places they are told that that is none of our business, it is yours. When a woman complains that I'm having cramps, the man or the male or the men there, I'm trying not to generalize it sincerely, they tell you it is none of our business, you are here to work, whatever happens to you, that time of the month is none of our business. Should employers be held responsible when women burn out due to hormonal imbalances?
Yes, of course. I mean, we are in the era of diversity and inclusion, right? And we are trying to be inclusive of different kinds of people from different races, different cultures, different religions. So if we can create space for the disabled, create space for, we have prayer rooms. I mean, at different offices, right? Most places have prayer rooms where the Muslims can pray and all of that. The Christians can pray. And if we can create space for all of these things, all of these nuances, why can't we create space for women's health conversations? Why can't we have pads in bathrooms? Why can't we have a system where a woman can close early or, work from home if she's in so much pain? Because if your female staff has to sit through a meeting in pain, bleeding, or whatever, dealing with what she's going through, and she's scared of losing her job if she talks about it or requests for a break, then there's something wrong with the culture of that workplace, right? So inclusion is not complete. You can't include women's health. Women almost make up half of every workplace population. So how can we be comfortable with some of your brightest minds and your hardest working team members struggling every month and having their performance and productivity affected? Because basically it affects the workplace, the results at work, right? So, but something that I've been talking about lately, because I am mostly interested in advocacy for women's health at work, and I've been talking lately about data-driven advocacy, because I think that's the way we can create sustainable change. Talking about it from an emotional point of view, how we are in pain, how we deserve better, might not always work for your manager or your HR, because they're out for productivity and performance. So we are beginning to link hormonal issues to productivity and performance at work. And so we always advise and encourage women to track their productivity and performance at that time of the month. Or when they're having those hormonal flare-ups. Because if we can prove to your manager or your founder that when you're on your period, your productivity drops from this to this, right? Or performance drops from this to this, we can begin to see how we can create better change. So for us to have women's health at work more sustainably incorporated, we need data. We need lots of data. We cannot just keep talking about it from the point of we are in pain or we are struggling. We need data. And that's why I always say track your symptoms, track your productivity, track your performance, so that we can have proof that this actually affects us at work and something has to be done. So try to build solidarity among other women at work, because you're not the only one that is affected. Talk to other women, and people should have this kind of solidarity where you come together and track your symptoms, track your performance, and then lay it as a proposal to your management, right? One person is talking about it might look like she's just being dramatic. But if you have 5 women, 10 women at work saying, can we look into this? I mean, some companies have menstrual leave for their women. I've seen a few places, even outside Nigeria, where when you're on your period, you can take that a day or 2 days off. It is happening, so it's possible. And how did they achieve this? We need more data. But we have a big data problem in Nigeria where we don't keep record of anything. So we need to change that and start linking it to performance and productivity and have more women in HR, because we have to advocate for ourselves too. So if the women at the top, let it start from the female founders, the female managers, the female HR officers who understand what is going on. Let it start from them. Let's begin to track performance and productivity, create that link, gather data, and then propose it. I'm sure we can make change if we advocate for ourselves and if we can gather enough data.
Yeah, thank you very much, Muji. I like that. I love the fact that you talked about data to show how productive a woman can be when she is on her cycle and when she is she's done with it. It's a beautiful thing. Now, I want you to describe how would it look like a workplace that is women-friendly, that thinks about a woman in her period, that time of the month, and it puts the women into consideration. How do you see that kind of workplace? Will the men see it as a kind of cheating on them, that they are not given maybe a day or two off in a month, and the women are given? Is it going to cause a kind of chaos, or it is going to improve productivity in the workplace?
Honestly, it's already causing chaos.
Oh.
Because, yeah, I talked about this once somewhere, and someone was like, but what about men when we are not feeling strong? Who gives us a day off, right? Because we are not feeling fine. Well, there's something called a sick leave, right? And so if you're sick, you should take your sick leave. So it cannot be the woman's fault that the men did not take their sick leave. Because trust me, this menstrual health issue is a medical issue. It's a serious problem. I know what I have struggled with, and what other women are struggling with. Not something to even laugh about and just be strong about it. So it's important for us to have these things put in place, and it happens every month. If it's a once in a lifetime thing, you can say, okay, just get done with it. But you cannot say that for 5 or 7 days every month, your female staff or your female professionals should struggle and come to work, should struggle and make presentations, and meet deadlines. It is unfair. It is, apart from workplace culture, we need some simple humanity, right? So I don't see any reason why the men should have a problem with it. I think they should support us, because if women are more productive, if women feel seen and are able to perform better, it will solidify the whole team, right? There's nothing to lose. They may have nothing to lose from women having breaks or being supported. If everybody is feeling okay, then the team morale will boost, and then we can also have a better future for our daughters, because these men have wives, they have daughters that will grow up one day and need to be supported. So forget about us, forget about your female colleagues, and think about your daughters. So your daughter can grow up one day and be in pain and have an option of staying back at home. I mean, I had to write exams in university in pain, because there is no way you can say, yeah, you cannot come because you're having cramps, right? Yeah. So you can imagine what everybody is dealing with every day. And it just reduces the quality of our life, because imagine 7 days a week, every month, where you are struggling through the day. It's unfair and it's uncalled for. Yeah. So in this day of diversity and inclusion, we should include women's health at work. We should definitely include it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Muji. Now, I want you to tell us one success story of Femme Health Companion. What is that strong issue or that strong, very serious issue that Femme had handled and they were so successful about it? Tell us about your success story.
Yeah, so so far, I think we've been able to crack accountability, because it's one thing to say, oh, you need to do this to feel better. You need to support yourself. You need to rest. You need to eat this today. You need to not do this. And other things actually follow through, because, like I said, some women are busy. They don't have the time. They don't even remember all of these things sometimes when they have to deal with children, family, work, right? Until they hit rock bottom. They're like, oh, I need help. But our approach has been able to help women keep up with very simple daily actions and lifestyle changes with gentle accountability. And I intentionally make sure that we don't keep streaks. There's no, oh, you did this today, you're on day 4 streak. So what we do is that every day is day 1. You can always, if you not achieve it today, you can try again tomorrow, right? It's a journey. It's not a marathon. It's not a destination. It's a lifelong journey. What matters is that you feel more confident and more comfortable and more lighter every day. So we have been able to support women to keep them accountable with their health goals in a gentle way that is not toxic and does not have too much pressure. And it's not like part of life, not like a chore and they have to do every day or get punished or scolded for. And one time we had a review where a woman said that sometimes femme feels like her mother's hug. And I think that was the most beautiful thing I read that day. It was so heartwarming. I mean, her mother's hug. Who would ever think of something like that, right? So to have that kind of intimacy with women is something that we are most proud of. And it matters more than any metric, or any pitch deck. I think those comments really show the difference that we are making, and that's what we want to continue to make.
Okay, so Femme Health always talk about modular health system. So when we hear the word modular health system, as far as Femme is concerned and the general public is concerned, what does that mean?
Yes, so when we say modular, we mean something that is really flexible, that fits into your life any day. Yes, something that fits into your life on your busy days, even when you're on holiday, you don't have any energy, on the days where you have no motivation to take care of yourself, on the day where you just need someone to tell you, don't worry, I'm here for you. So we try to make it very flexible, not some kind of not the ideal template of what health tech should be, but what the woman needs every day. That's what we mean by modular. Just meeting them where they are. Yes.
Yeah, you've done a lot, really. You've done a lot within a short. How long has Femme been now?
Yes, we launched around September this year.
Okay. All right, fine. So what is the future plan? Because it is still very young, but you've achieved a lot outside Femme. What is the future plan for Femme? What should we be looking at? What should women say, do, or what do you want to do that will make women associate themselves to say, Femme, I need to be there, I need to be part of them, I want to join with Muji in doing what she's doing. What is the goal and the dream?
Yeah, the goal is to make women's health easier and simpler. I cannot say we are going to change your body or change your menstrual cycle, right? But we are going to make it easier. That's definitely the goal. We want to have a world where a woman being on her period does not feel like the end of her life, right? She knows that no matter what, I will be fine. I have a support system I can always lean on. I can always get a little advice. I can always be seen and be validated. We want women to be able to talk about how they're feeling without fear of being dismissed or being told, just be strong. So basically, we just want it to be easier and simpler because right now it's very complicated, very cold, very disconnected from reality. So what we want to do is to bring health support as close and as intimate to every woman as possible so that it does not feel like something she has to achieve, but it feels like a part of her daily life. That's what the plan is for Femme.
Okay, so apart from that, do you work alone or you have a team of people that are working with you at Femme?
Yes, we have a small team for now because we just launched, and we do, besides using the companion, personally, I spend a lot of my time having conversations, speaking to women, advocating for workplaces to incorporate women's health. So besides the Femme companion that is WhatsApp based, actually, we do a lot of advocacy, a lot of events, and trying to dialogue with workplaces and involve or include women's health in their conversations. So yes, we are growing, and hopefully by this time next year it will be a completely different story.
Okay, thank you very much, Muji. We've had a beautiful conversation, but before I let you go, there is a girl out there right now that is still hiding. You know, when she wants to go buy a pad, she had to look for a very thick nylon or a very thick bag, that very thick one that will not display what she's carrying, or she had to hide somewhere, you know, all those things. There is a girl out there. A word of advice for that woman, for that girl who still don't feel confident about herself, especially when she is going through that period. A girl out there who wants to lend a voice, just as you're doing now, to tell the society that don't stigmatize. It is not a disease. It is not an infection. It is nothing. It has nothing to do with any kind of disease. What is your word of advice for that woman out there right now?
So I like to always say that you're not broken. The system is broken. There's nothing wrong with you. You are not lacking confidence. The problem is the system, right? So you don't have to struggle alone. You don't have to do this alone. It's just baby steps. You may not feel confident, you know, the first time you go out to buy a pad. But even if you would, nobody's saying you must display your pad when you're walking on the road, right?
Yeah.
But whatever you're doing should be what you're comfortable with, not because you're scared of what people will say, or because there's something wrong with it, right? So if you want to have your pad in your bag, no problem. And if not, there's nothing wrong if you walk and show it. So there's nothing wrong with you, nothing wrong with your body. Menstruation is normal, and the problem is the system. So you are fine and you'll be fine.
Yes, I really want to let you go, but this question just came now. Are there wounds that women are really shielding away from the society right now that they carry about as regarding periods? Are there wounds that they carry about, and how can they heal from that wound?
Yes. So I think what every woman is struggling with is the way our pain has been normalized. You know, deep down we know that it's not normal to feel this way, but we just had to. We've had it all our lives, and we've convinced ourselves to believe that suffering is our destiny. Is part of our crown, being a woman, right? So first of all, I would like to say that you need to listen to your body, because no matter how you deceive yourself, no matter how you say I'm strong, I'm fine, it happens. Your body is telling you that this is not okay. You know that something is wrong with you, and you need to rest. You need to go to a doctor. You need to talk about it. So listen to your body. If it doesn't feel okay, it's probably not okay. Talk about your struggles. Talk to other women. Go to the hospital. Insist on being properly catered for, and we cannot transfer this to our daughters. They cannot inherit what we inherited from our own mothers, right? So we need to, even though, like I said, we cannot make a total turnaround at once, but we need to add some blocks so that come after us can have it easier than we had it. So advocate for yourself, and nothing is wrong with you. The system is broken, not you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Uji. I enjoyed this conversation with you, and it's an honor having you on this show. But what is the meaning of Beckham's sin? Oh, I hope I didn't murder that.
Actually, Beckham's sin.
Okay.
I don't know the meaning, unfortunately. So I'm from Cross River State, and I think the original name is Beckham. And so I think my grandfather used to work with the white men, and so they added son because it sounded British. So like Johnson, Erickson, and that's how it stuck, and we inherited the names.
And what's the meaning of Muji?
Okay, Muji means mine.
Oh, mine. What a beautiful name. Oh, so thank you very much, Muji Bekomse, for coming on today's show. And I hope I will call on you next time you'll be available to come again and talk more about the woman's body.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
All right. So today's conversation reminded us of something deeply important. When African women thrive, Africa rises. We've explored the silent battles women fight, the strength they carry, and the innovative path being built to make their wellness a very special one. So, a special thank you to Muji Bekomse once again for showing us that real change begins when we choose to listen, care, and create better systems for women everywhere. And to every woman watch right now, understand that your health matters, your voice matters, and your power is undeniable. And to everyone else, especially the men, families, leaders, innovators, today is your invitation to support, uplift, and stand with the women who hold our homes, our communities, and continent together. This has been Just Africa, and thank you for joining us. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa. Until I come your way next week, I am Omevi Idolo. Stay with us.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do two jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. Exactly. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries because we, through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation. Yeah. That's our society. That's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interests of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we will get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong. in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. You should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be rude, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kekere. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start with, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo well are the same. We have a lot.
Oyeyimika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began her career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as finance and strategy director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the world of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyimika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyimika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes of Alhassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebodi, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyimika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification in Finance and Business Administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyimika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyimika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison & Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyimika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyimika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyimika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD Mondelez Cadbury West Africa 2 months later. Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy, and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents. Position as the Managing Director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amir Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there, and you're wondering what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person. Today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay? You spend a year here, you learn something. whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know, where HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here, they always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. You know, your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Oyeyemika Adeboye sits on the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial, and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyemika also serves as the chairperson of the advisory board of Genesis House, a home for disadvantaged young women, which was set up by Freedom Foundation. She's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyemika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today, women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of a philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the board of trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyemika is a member of the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial, and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family in the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyemika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyemika admits her faith-based values, which borders on integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well. To your best, you know. Ms. Aoshika talked about it. To the best of your ability. Do your best. What do I want to say? Yes, talked about it. I said be ready to make sacrifices, but mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities. As a Christian, you know, and as a mother, as a wife, there's some things in my own life that I know are important. You know, when you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You know, you have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say three things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. You know, and I say it boldly that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth it.
Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts a disciplinarian father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyemika's character and decision-making. The journey of Oyeyemika exemplifies dedication, talent, and the importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is going next. as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Balinde. And in fact, we had it, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse. Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalinde, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line. you know. So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpokpo, you know. So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji, you know. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Yeah. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs, letter to the editor, to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know. They would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine. You want to go and become a newspaper boy? I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randall Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times Campus News, things that happened, during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, you know, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, you know, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. You know, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So you were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, you know. A lot of the time, you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check. Okay? okay? I mean, we have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, you know. So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts so before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. I mean, people are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram, people are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, you talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times, my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feel important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money. treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay, so that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest, 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still going. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do. at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and you know, the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor, go and do this, go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this place. The new central bank has at least outlined his policies. He has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalinde, Igoshere, Bangoshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Ibochire, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I got to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and the environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think number one parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. He too.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shukoya. Let's begin with today's top stories. President Bola Tinubu approves 160 billion naira to build 4,000 telecom towers and expand rural digital access. Central Bank of Nigeria abolishes all cash deposit limits while maintaining strict weekly withdrawal caps from January 2026. Morocco plans to supply 60% of drinking water from desalination by 2030 amid worsening drought. President Macron urges President Xi to strengthen cooperation on security, trade, climate, and Ukraine peace. And in sport news, FIFA sets December 15 as official release date for 2025 Africa Cup of Nations players. President Bola Tinubu's administration has approved a 160 billion naira investment to construct 4,000 telecommunication towers in Nigeria's underserved rural areas as a move aimed at boosting digital inclusion and strengthening national security. The Federal Executive Council, FEC, greenlit the project amid rising security concerns, highlighting the tower's dual role in enhancing connectivity and supporting crime-fighting efforts. Mohammed Idris, Minister of Information and National Orientation, disclosed this at the plan to State House correspondent after the FEC meeting in Aso Rock Villa. He noted that the initiative would also stimulate economic activity and commerce in the affected communities. At an estimated 40 million naira per town, excluding land acquisition and licensing cost, the project targets 23 million Nigerians currently lacking access to basic voice and data services. The rollout marks a significant step toward bridging Nigeria's digital divide while supporting the government's broader security and economic objectives. Nigeria's oil and gas content regulator, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDBM, has unveiled a $100 million equity investment scheme to boost indigenous participation in the energy sector. The initiative aims to provide local service companies with access to equity financing, support high-growth firms, and enhancing their competitiveness in a sector historically dominated by foreign players. Executive Secretary Felix Ogbe revealed this at the fund at the Practical Nigerian Content Forum, highlighting that the scheme, in partnership with the Bank of Industry (BOI), represents a strategic shift from traditional loans towards equity-based support. The initiative is designed to empower Nigerian firms, increase domestic value retention, and encourage a long-term growth in local energy services. In addition, the NCDBM will introduce a compliance certificate starting January 1st, 2026. The certificate will verify companies' adherence to the mandatory 1% remittance requirement, becoming a prerequisite for obtaining permits, approvals, and licenses, ensuring stricter enforcement for local content rules and regulatory compliance across the sector. Mining operators in Nigeria have strongly opposed the 6-month suspension of mining activities announced by 19 northern governors, warning that the measure could worsen insecurity rather than contain it. The Miners Association of Nigeria said halting operations often drives legitimate miners away, leaving sites vulnerable to bandit and illegal operators. Association President Dele Anyolike said that the previous attempt by the state government to suspend mining only succeeded in creating opportunities for criminal elements to take over abandoned mining areas. The ban announcement on Monday by northern governors and traditional rulers aims to curb illegal mining, which they blame for rising insecurity in many states. The decision was detailed in their communique issued after a joint meeting of Nigerian State Governors Forum and the Northern Traditional Rulers Council at Kaduna Sir Kashim Ibrahim House. Operators urge a more strategic approach to avoid worsening the problem. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has abolished all cash deposit limits for bank customers while maintaining strict weekly withdrawal ceilings and a revised cash policy framework that will take effect on January 1st, 2026. The update marks one of the most significant changes to Nigeria's cash management system in recent years. The Apex Bank announced the new rules in a circular issued on Tuesday and signed by the Director of Financial Policy and Regulation Department, Dr. Rita Sige. According to the CBN, the policy overhaul was designed to reflect present-day realities following years of adjustment and public concerns over transaction restrictions. A major highlight of the circular is the complete removal of the cumulative deposit limit. CBN confirmed that the cumulative deposit limit is hereby removed and the fee for excess deposit shall no longer apply, eliminating charges previously imposed on cash deposit above prescribed thresholds. Now, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, has explained that Nigeria's newly enacted tax laws are intended to enhance economic competitiveness, attract investment, and strengthen long-term fiscal stability. The agency clarified that the contentious 4% development levy on imported goods is not a new tax, but rather a consolidation of existing levies designed to streamline collection and simplify compliance for businesses and importers. In recent weeks, the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act have generated debate, with citizens and businesses seeking clarity on how the reforms will affect them. FIRS officials stressed that many concerns arise from misinterpretations, emphasizing that the laws are structured to protect existing incentives, simplify tax applications, and improve the overall investment climate. Authorities say the reforms aim to make Nigeria a more attractive destination for both local and foreign investors while ensuring fiscal sustainability. The Rural Electrification Agency, REA, has announced plans to raise 500 billion naira from the capital market, supported by a newly established renewable asset management company, RAMCO, that will hold and leverage federal solar investment valued between $200 million and $300 million. REA Manager Director Abba Aliyu revealed the plan at the PwC Power Roundtable in Lagos, explaining that the initiative is aimed at unlocking long-term financing for off-grid electricity projects across Nigeria. He said the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, had approved the creation of RAMCO, and all REA's renewable assets will immediately be transferred into the firm. Aliyu added that the RAMCO balance sheet will will be between $200 million and $300 million, with assets fully collateralized to encourage private sector investment. Now, the agency hopes that the move will accelerate rural electrification, increase access to off-grid renewable energy solutions, and provide a sustainable framework for financing projects that extend electricity to underserved communities nationwide. Lagos State government has issued a final ultimatum to estate developers operating without approved layout plans, warning that any estate that fails to regularize its documents will face demolition, sanctions, and heavy fines. The announcement came through a statement by the Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Dr. Oluyinka Olumide, shared on the government's official X account on Wednesday. Officials said the warning follows the expiration of a grace period earlier granted to developers already flagged for violations. According to the ministry, many estates continued sales and construction despite lacking required planning approvals. The government now insists that such practices threaten public safety, distort urban planning goals, and create a long-term infrastructural risk. The commissioner urged developers to submit their layout plans immediately or face strict enforcement. He added that monitoring teams have been deployed across the state to identify defaulters and ensure compliance as Lagos intensifies efforts to curb unregulated development. Still to come in the news, China will provide $100 million in aid to the Palestinians to help address ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza, President Xi Jinping announced on Thursday. Details of this and more after the break. Stay tuned.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun, near Ile-Ife, revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakan and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Oni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shaped the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggables, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Welcome back to the world news. Now, Morocco plans to supply 60% of its drinking water from seawater desalination by 2030, up from 25% as it accelerates investments to combat worsening drought. The country has endured 7 consecutive years of water scarcity, with major reservoirs and underground resources significantly depleted. Water Minister Nizar Baraka said the government is prioritizing desalination projects powered by renewable energy, aiming to ensure reliable water access for households and safeguard Morocco's agricultural exports, especially fruits and vegetables. The expansion is part of a broader national strategy to adapt to climate change and reduce dependence on unpredictable rainfall. Morocco is already a key player in Africa's green energy drive, and integrating renewable energy into desalination supports both sustainability and food security. The push comes as drought and extreme weather threaten economic growth, prompting authorities to fast-track critical infrastructure for long-term resilience. Senegal may be forced into external debt restructuring by the second half of 2026, according to the Bank of America Global Research, citing growing fiscal strain and billions hidden in liabilities left by the previous administration. In a note issued Thursday, the bank warned that the worsening debt profile is complicating Senegal's ongoing negotiations with the International Monetary Fund, IMF, for a new financial support program. The newly revealed obligations have further constrained fiscal space and raised the risk of default without timely creditor relief. Analysts say restructuring may become inevitable to restore debt sustainability and regain market confidence. Senegal's economy, once praised for its stability, is now under pressure as debt repayments rise. The situation underscores broader concerns about debt transparency and fiscal management across frontier markets, especially the aftermath of political transitions that expose unsustainable borrowing practices. The African Development Bank, AFDB, plans to provide $1.78 billion for financing for Namibia over the next few years, supporting projects in transport, energy, water sectors. A bank spokesperson said the funding forms part of AFDB's strategy to accelerate Namibia's economic growth from 2025 to 2030. Officials note that the total financing could be adjusted during a midterm review. Most of the funds will come as loans, with a portion offered as grants to support priority initiatives. While specific projects were not disclosed, the investment is expected to help Namibia build critical infrastructure and strengthen its economic base. The country, rich in natural resources, has become a focal point for global energy exploration and aims to reach its first crude oil output by 2030. A milestone that could significantly reshape its small but growing economy. India's parliament on Wednesday approved Central Excise Bill 2025, a new tax law aimed at reducing tobacco consumption and addressing the country's rising healthcare costs linked to smoking. Experts say the legislation could significantly increase cigarette prices for the nation's estimated 100 million smokers. Under the new law, a value-based tax of 2,700 to 11,000 rupees per 1,000 sticks will be levied depending on cigarette size, on top of a 40% goods and services tax. Previously, total taxes on cigarettes, including a 28% GST and additional levies, accounted for roughly 53% of retail prices, well below the World Health Organization's recommended 75% benchmark to discourage smoking. Officials say the law replaces a temporary levy on cigarettes and certain luxury goods, bringing clarity and consistency to taxation by increasing cost. The government hopes to reduce tobacco use, improve public health, and ease the economic burden of smoking-related illnesses on India's healthcare system. Taiwan President Lai Ching-te has called on China to focus on improving the welfare of its people rather than pursuing territorial expansion, highlighting the economic and social challenges facing the mainland. Speaking at an interview with the New York Times, Lai said China's growing military and political pressure on Taiwan's risks diverting attention from pressing domestic needs and economic recovery. Beijing considers Taiwan as part of its territory and has intensified drills and diplomatic pressure, while Taipei continues to resist any claims of sovereignty. Lai emphasized that China could prioritize economic reforms, social development, and the livelihoods of its citizens instead of pursuing aggressive posturing towards neighboring regions. Analysts say Lai's remark reflects Taipei's ongoing strategy to project moral and political authority in cross-strait relations, contrasting Taiwan's democratic governance with China's centralized approach, while urging Beijing to consider the economic consequences of its external ambitions. China will provide $100 million in aid to the Palestinians to help address the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza and support reconstruction efforts, President Xi Jinping announced on Thursday. Xi made the announcement during a joint press conference with the French President Emmanuel Macron following their meeting in Beijing, stressing the importance of international cooperation in addressing urgent humanitarian needs. The funding aims to supply essential food, medical care, and infrastructure support for civilians affected by ongoing conflict. The pledge underscores China's growing role in Middle East diplomacy and its commitment to supporting reconstruction and relief efforts in conflict-affected regions. Officials say the funds will be coordinated with local authorities and international partners to ensure timely delivery and maximum impact on affected communities. China called on peaceful resolution of conflicts and emphasized humanitarian assistance as a priority. Bank of Japan Governor Kazuo Ueda has admitted uncertainty surrounds how far the central bank can raise interest rates, citing difficulties in pinpointing Japan's neutral rate of interest. Speaking to lawmakers on Thursday, Ueda said the theoretical rate that neither stimulates nor restricts growth, can only be estimated within a wide range, making it hard to set clear policy targets. He stressed that the BOJ must adopt a cautious approach, adjusting policy based on evolving economic data. His remarks reflect the complex task of balancing inflation control with the risk of derailing Japan's fragile recovery. Analysts note that Japan exists years of ultra-loose monetary policy. Clarity on the rate part remains crucial. Global investors are watching the BOJ stance closely, as even modest shift could affect international capital flows, currency markets, and broader risk sentiment. Now, still to come in the news, President Trump administration has announced stricter vetting measures for HB1 visa applicants, targeting individuals allegedly involving in curbing free speech. We'll bring you more of this and more just after the break. Stay tuned.
interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Welcome back to the World News. French President Emmanuel Macron has called on Chinese President Xi Jinping to deepen cooperation in global security, trade and climate change as EU looks to Beijing to help end the war in Ukraine and navigate U.S. trade pressure. Macron is in China on his fourth state visit, accompanied by a large business delegation aiming to strike commercial deals and reinforce France's economic footprint in the world's second-largest economy. This visit comes as a critical moment for both Europe-China relations and Macron's domestic standing, following a turbulent political year. Analysts say Macron hopes to position France as a diplomatic bridge between China and the West, while also reviving investor confidence and shaping his legacy ahead of France's 2027 presidential race. For China, engagement with France offers a strategic counter to rising U.S. tariffs and growing scrutiny of its global influence. Britain's energy regulator Ofgem has approved a £28 billion investment over 5 years to modernize and secure the country's electricity and gas infrastructure. The funding is part of a broader £90 billion upgrade plan expected to add £108 to annual household bills by 2031. The approved investment exceeds Ofgem's earlier estimate of £24 billion made in July and comes amid government promises to reduce energy costs for consumers. The move underscores the tension between the urgent need to future-proof Britain's energy networks and short-term affordability concerns. Analysts warn that the new charges may add pressure to already strained household budgets, despite long-term benefits like support for renewables and reduced outages. However, Ofgem says the plan is critical to meeting climate targets and accommodating rising demand from sectors like electric vehicles and data centers. Britain has fined AVS Group Limited £1 million for failing to implement a robust age verification system to prevent children from accessing adult content, the largest penalty yet under the country's new online safety laws. Media regulator Ofcom announced the fine on Thursday, citing the company's failure to comply with age check requirements across its 18 pornographic websites. Additional £50,000 fine was imposed for not responding to official information requests during the investigation. The action marks a major step in enforcing the United Kingdom's online safety regime, which aims to hold digital platforms accountable for protecting minors from harmful content. AFCON said such penalties send a clear message to the adult content industry that non-compliance will not be tolerated. Analysts say this could prompt wider industry reforms as older operators seek to avoid similar sanctions. The Trump administration has announced stricter vetting measures for HB1 visa applicants targeting individuals allegedly involved in curbing free speech. An internal State Department memo directs consular officers to flag and potentially deny applicants linked to censorship activities. HB1 visas are vital to U.S. tech firms, enabling them to recruit skilled professionals from countries like India and China. The new policy could disrupt talent pipelines for Silicon Valley's companies, where many of which backed Trump in the last election. Critics warn that the expanded vetting may politicize immigration decisions and create uncertainty for global talent seeking to work in the United States. Supporters say it aligns with national security priorities and defends American democratic values. The move reflects broader tensions between United States immigration policy and the global nature of the tech workforce. The United States dollar remained steady near a 5-week low on Tuesday after soft U.S. economic data strengthened expectations that the Federal Reserve may cut interest rate next week. Weaker economic indicators eased pressure on global currencies, given the Japanese yen belief and boosting the euro to near a 7-week high. Market participants have been closely monitoring economic signals to gauge the Fed's next move, with expectations growing for a possible policy easing to support growth. The data reinforced investor confidence that a rate cut could be imminent, influencing currency markets and short-term capital flows. Adding to the uncertainty, speculation surrounds White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett as a potential successor to Jerome Powell when his term ends in May. Analysts suggest Hassett could advocate for more aggressive rate cuts for the shaping expectations and providing support to currencies sensitive to U.S. monetary policy decisions. In sport news, FIFA has announced December 15 as the official release date for players participating in the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, granting clubs an extra week with their African stars. The decision eases mounting tensions among European teams, which has raised concerns about losing key players like Nigeria's Victor Osimhen, Ademola Lookman, Samuel Chukwueze, Alex Iwobi, and Calvin Bassey too early during the busy festive season. Originally, clubs feared releasing players by December 8. The new date provides more flexibility for squad planning that as tournament in Morocco approaches, with AFCON kicking off in January. National teams will now have limited preparation time, but the move balances club and country commitments more fairly. Still in sport news, Team Nigeria emerged as the undisputed champions in the shooting category at the inaugural West African Paralympic Games, clinching all available gold medals in Abeokuta. The competition, which ran from November 28 to December 3, 2025, featured over 700 para-athletes from across the region. Nigeria's shooters excelled both pistol and rifle events, showcasing discipline, skill, and accuracy that set them apart from the rest of the field. Their clean sweep underscores the country's growing strength in para-sports and reflects ongoing efforts to invest in talent development and inclusive sporting infrastructure. That's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. President Bola Tinubu approves 160 billion naira to build 4,000 telecom towers and expand rural digital access. Central Bank of Nigeria abolishes all cash deposit limits while maintaining strict weekly withdrawal caps from January 2026. Morocco plans to supply 60% of drinking water from desalination by 2030 amid worsening drought. President Macron urges President Xi to strengthen cooperation on security, trade, climate, and Ukraine peace. And in sport news, FIFA said December 15 as official release date for 2025 Africa Cup of Nations players. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Many thanks for watching.
Olumorok, Lishabi and the people of Egbala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in two ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about, but it plays an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Old Oyo Empire.
History and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have the glance view of the immediate environment around Olumorok, because Olumorok is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumorok, we are going to have the 360-degree of the view, which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
raise up.
Raise up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumorok.
Thank you.
So this is the first level on the rock. Olumorok is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumorok.
I'll try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumorok is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbunguakala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from Old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have 2 trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it kills malaria. And if you drink from its stick, it clears bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, Doko Yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lump. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seed inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, give a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke in the Yoruba land. The pots serve as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nothing more to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumorok, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around Olumorok. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumorok, a
striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumorok begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here.
So this is the cave. This was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there was some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumorok. Whenever the water is crushing, traditional believers always come to pick from its drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing now because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumorok is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumorok, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumorok is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunba and Osioba, was a two-top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when a chief died, they buried the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rostry roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Fareku for lead. Ifa instructed the Egba to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumorok during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the Ifa instructed the Egba to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here. And they were here for years. During their stay, they took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the rooms they built as collapsed remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes we are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their grindings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it Oluata. So the process of their grindings make the holes deep like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba from Ifa to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here, that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. Ibiti Oluwa fi ogun wàhálà àti ìdààmú ayé wa mọ̀ sí Olufimo. But people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in the Yoruba land means God. That's God Almighty. Mo means mode or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them so that they can take their refuge under it. Oluwa ló mọ̀ fún wa láti fi ṣe ibi ìsádi kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá. God molded the rock for our refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abe Okuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abe Okuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words. Olu means God, and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba have with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here, we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock, the main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is a local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only two people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the two people are the paramount ruler of Egbaland, that's Alake of Egbaland, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay aside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egbaland will pray for the whole nation. He prayed for Egba unity, also the climbers of Olumo Rock, so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Olumo that interceded for them. That is why we have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta: Alake of Egbaland, and the paramount ruler of Egbaland, Oshilo of Okiono, Agora of Bagora, and Oluwu of Uwu. Traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. Maybe they're looking for words, children, or anything in life. So when the prayer is answered, those that make pledges while praying will usually come back with their pledges. That's why we have those feather, blood, and stuff on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of the pledges. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba, meaning a deity you can pray through for words, children, and every other good things in life.
You might be wondering about the historical issues between Oyo and the Egba people. How Oyo to exert control over them. The western region of Nigeria, primarily composed of Yoruba descendants, was dominated by the Oyo Empire, a powerful political entity that rose to prominence around the 15th century. By the 18th century, Oyo had become one of the largest and most influential states in West Africa, known for its sophisticated governance, military strength, and expansive trade networks, controlling neighboring kingdoms, including the Egba. The governance of the Oyo Empire was centralized under the Alafi, the king, who was supported by a council of advisors and provincial governors. This structure enabled the empire to maintain stability and enforce laws across its vast territories. At its peak, Oyo thrived economically through agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, establishing itself as a vibrant economic hub. However, its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade created significant instability in the region, leading the Egba people to seek independence from Oyo's control. Who is Lishabi? No story about the Egba people is complete without mentioning Lishabi, the legendary warrior whose courage and strategic leadership freed the Egba people from the oppressive dominance of the Oyo Empire. Lishabi heroism is etched deeply in the annals of Yoruba history, as he led a rebellion that broke the chance of subjugation and paved the way for Egba autonomy. Lishabi Agbongbo Akala, a native of Itoku, Abeokuta, was not just a fearless leader, but also a tactician. In the late 18th century, the Egba were subject to heavy taxation and constant exploitation under Oyo's rule. To resist this, Lishabi secretly mobilized a group of Egba farmers and hunters into a covert warrior society called Egbearu, a vital step in organizing the rebellion. With his deep understanding of the terrain and his influence over his people, Lishabi led a series of coordinated guerrilla attacks against Oyo forces stationed in the Egba region. His strategy was not one of open warfare, but a methodical plan to undermine Oyo's authority. By ambushing Oyo tax collectors and military detachments, Lishabi weakened the empire's grip over the Egba. His leadership unified the Egba people, turning their frustration with Oyo into a force for liberation. Following their eventual victory, the Egba people were freed from the oppressive rule. In 1830, this newfound freedom led to the establishment of Abeokuta, meaning under the rock, a city founded under the protective watch of Olumorok. Olumorok provided both a literal and symbolic refuge as it sheltered their people during their struggle for independence. From this safe haven, the Egba built a thriving community rooted in agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, becoming a key cultural and economic hub in the region. Today, Lishabi Agbongbo Akala's legacy is celebrated not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of unity and resilience. His actions not only ensured the survival of the Egba people, but also contributed to the rich historical and cultural fabric of Abeokuta and the entire Yoruba as a whole. By the mid-19th century, Abeokuta had attracted European missionaries like Thomas Freeman, whose introduction of Western education and Christianity left a lasting influence on the community.
Inscription about the just a little write-up. The next spot is where we used to have the mamas. So this was one of the water pots they drank from the Yoruba quality cocoa. It's for water storage and preservation. Water point, yes, as cold as water from the refrigerator, but it has been cemented for proper preservation. The Yalorisha, they are here as the custodians of the rock, and people do come to them for spiritual consultation and a whole lot more. So this is a crown tree. Crown tree. Yoruba quality gear cocoa. If a king has to be installed, or they want to make a chieftaincy title in a Yoruba land, they pluck from the leaf away a cocoa to coronate king. But this very one is mainly used for the paramount ruler of this town, Lake of Egala, only for him. And the tree has been growing there for over 250 years. It doesn't grow than this. So it has been. Poster of the newly studied Yalumo, she's 98 years of age. And this is a poster reflecting the old Yalumo. She died at the age of 37 years, over 2 years ago now. They have a deity they worship here. They call it Orisha Igu. Orisha Igu. That's the deity that controls longevity. They believe the more they worship, the longer they live. So they have other deities around. One of such is Orisha Ojubo Baluaye. Obaluaye is the deity that controls chickenpox and measles. Yoruba call it Shopono. So if chickenpox or measles is striking all over, they do consultation from here. So whatever instruction they get, so once they follow it, everything that comes up will disappear to go. So that's Ojubo Balu Ayerede. And this Ogun, God of Iron, the famous God of Iron. So we have a baobab tree. Baobab tree, B-A-O-B-A-B. In the eastern part of Nigeria, they call it Afo-Napunwa. In the northern part, they call it Kuka. Here in Southwest, we call it Gyoshi. It botanica is Adansonia digitata. The significance of the tree is that traditional believers always come under to pray for protections because there's an adage in the Yoruba land that goes those. One do ikapa, akpa okapa, one do ikai Gyoshi, akpa okoshi, one do ika konga oshi binukosi. Meaning there's no way you can wrap your arms around the tree. It is impossible because of its massiveness. That's why traditional believers always come under to pray for protections. So that's the Gyoshi right there. On the floor here we have the faces of the warlord. Those that fought for Egba to gain their liberations. So their memorial sculpture was molded here. And the white share you are seeing there, that's type of money spent in the olden days. Cowrie share, Yoruba call it Oweyo. But now they know it for a fair consultation and traditional decoration. That's the olden days money spent in the olden days. Also they use it for a fair consultation. The ancient route to the peak of Olumo Rock. Before modernization, this is the only means of going up the rock. The ancient route is a natural passage used by the warriors to access the rock.
As a beacon of history, attracting visitors from all over the world who seek to understand the resilience of the Egba people, showcasing various historical pieces, traditional items, and, on the other hand, the establishment and continuous celebration of the Lishabi festival. In the evolution of the Egba from warriors and hunters to craftsmen, traders and national leaders, their history illustrates the power of unity and determination. Lumorok continues to tell the story of a people who overcame oppression to build a vibrant, self-sustaining community.
I welcome you to the topmost part in Lumorok. From here, you can see almost everywhere in Abeokuta. And the height of the rock is 137 meters above sea level. That's about 449 feet.
This is the rich, unyielding legacy of Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people. A narrative of survival, courage, and transformation. Now you see the connection. You see the missing link. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective on SOUQ News Television.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make that move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was we had 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just two of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at All-State Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, the first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître
et partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda. Senegal. Egypt. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to give, to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorites, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of US Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening,
Quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. after many years in the banking industry. In 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI. Bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur,